The content of this channel is for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised. You're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell notification button. And please, feel free to share the video. Thank you. What's good, everybody? I'm GG. You tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel. It's the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up, with no chasers, man. Before I get things started, I want to give a shout out to all my haters out there, man. I hope y'all passing a good afternoon. Good Friday to you haters. And if you haven't done so already, man, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe button, and the bell notification button so you can stay abreast of what's cracking here on the Green Gorilla channel. And as I always do before I get things started, I want to show some appreciation to all of the members of the Green Gorilla channel. Okay? So let's start that process, man. Big up to Press Start, H-Town, Roguish the Buildmonger, Lord Hamal, Number 4, Brotherly Love, Adrian Thomas, J. Cleveland Green, Outside the Cube, and Lee Ways. Big up to y'all, man. Big up to Electrician 480, Gabinga O, Herbert Lewis, Cutting Up with the Jones, Zanko 1, D. Scott, Julius Ferguson, Path Guy 74, Black Squirt 404, Pete Rock 496, and Tahuti of New Comet. Big up to y'all. Big up to Gold Professor, Aaron Peters, Barnolas, Dardar, Michael Ross, Vincent Lindsay, Michael Pierce, Beautiful Trauma, Quiz the Poet, Black Quizzard 80OS, and Jazz Tech. Big up. Big up to Shadow Observer, Sugar T, Artisan MC, Nasiana, Kyle J. Sura, Kareem, Troy Warren, Jeff R., Mrs. KP Bailey, Ricky Dawson, and Alan Wiley. Big up. Big up to Face, Mantis on Break, Life of Commerce, True 7360, Marvin Evans, A. Wilson's Ghost, Timothy Blewett, Jeffrey Speed, Marvin Battle Jr., Mark Holt, and John J. Big up to y'all. Big up to Afro Troop TV, Adam, BGS Ibmore, Ignatz Mouse, Brian Peaks, Papa Didas, Scott Haywood, Black Uru Strikes, Dr. Tree 33, Leroy Honeycutt, and Supertech. Big up to y'all. Big up to 77 Base X, Brian McMurray, Karen S., Anthony Davis, Seven Coast Dojo, Charles Rogers, Rick Ross, Sandra Jean 955, Charles Gilmore 3, Patricia Colley, and Greg. Big up to y'all, man. Big up to Barry Little, Mr. Valentino, Jason Hales, Black Men Being Brutally Honest, Karen 87, Dr. Rock, Mark Swift, Odd Collar, Donna Watts, Coach Hotep, and Old Soul Chief. Big up. Big up to Mr. Blue Collar, I'm Just Jules, TD Hip Hop Media, Drew Main, Mr. Heat, Sir Anthony, MLR, Universal 178, Rasheed Barnes, Emma Smith, and DH. Big up. Big up to the Revelator as well, and I can't forget my brothers, man, who are resting in heaven, Kevin Samuels, David Carroll, and Forrest Windu. Big up, man. And on the Patreon side, I'd like to give a shout out to Jay Live, Rashawn Phillips, Sorrels, Keith Bass Jr., Nick, Malcolm Smith, Rock One, Albert C., Dr. Ben Vincent, I Am the Light of My Father, Waffle Weave, William Joyner, Tyrone Hampton, Dornell Smith, Excalibur, Anu 219, Preserve Prisoner, Taz, Dragon 59, Adrian Hicks, Jay Bailey, Mr. Michi, Momal, and Asangwa. Big up to all y'all, man. Thank you so much for your support and your ongoing blessings, man. Peace. As I said before, you deserve a round of applause. Thank you so much for your support. And if you're inquiring about how you can support the Green Gorilla channel on an ongoing basis, here's how you do it, man. What's good, everybody? I'm the G with a PhD, and you're tuned in to the Green Gorilla channel, the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up, no chaser. Today, I want to introduce you to my new membership program that consists of 5 levels where you can invest in the Green Gorilla channel on a monthly basis and receive level-specific perks. Memberships are special because they improve the quality of the content of the channel and will help me to be able to keep the channel going. Now, to participate in the Green Gorilla channel membership program, all you have to do is hit the join button, which is located right next to the subscribe button on my channel page. Now, for all of my subscribers who decide not to participate in my membership program, nothing will change. The content will keep coming the way it always has. Thanks for watching, and be careful out here, people. Bless. All right, y'all, I'm back. I'm GG. You know who I am, man. You're tuned in to the place where black men can express themselves freely, straight up with no chases. And so, therefore, some of the comments might seem a bit off-putting to you, but, you know, we do it the way we want to on this side of the things, you know. So initially, what I intended to do was to do a show about Vilfredo Pareto. However, I'm going to switch things up a bit because I have to accommodate my friends here, Admiral Smoke and the nameless protagonist, man. Thank y'all for coming through. I appreciate you being here, and I know that Nameless's schedule is going to change abruptly next week, and he won't be available at the same time frame. So therefore, we're going to fit these guys in. But I do want to have a discussion at some point about Vilfredo Pareto. I know you've mentioned him, nameless protagonist, on several different occasions. I know others in the space have made reference to Vilfredo Pareto and his 20/80 rule. At some point, I want to have a discussion about that, and you're both welcome to come in and have a conversation about that, okay? But let's shift the focus. Let's shift the emphasis. Let's not get stuck on that. I apologize to the audience for changing the subject matter, but I think this is more important, okay? So let's get to it. Where did we leave off from the last time, man, so we can get on with this and do what we need to do?
Yeah, man, so we, the last time we left off, you know, shout out to you, GG, shout out to the nameless protagonists and, you know, all the people out there, you know, in the chat and who are going to listen. So the last time we talked, right, we were talking about, you know, Jim Crow and the black codes, right? Basically, you know, we went from the, you know, just to talk about how it's not us, it's them, and how they couldn't let it go, right? And so, you know, just to catch everybody up, right? So again, way back when we talked about the slave codes in 1705, right? Or an act concerning slaves and servants, and this was a regulated activity between the black slaves and the citizens of the Virginia colony. And, you know, to Nameless's point, right, we were talking about how America, or many of these newly formed states, due to European colonialism, were actually, in a sense, right, corporations before they became countries or cultures of people, right? And so, you know, they were absorbed or incorporated. Like, you know, when you bring a small piece of something into a whole, into these European societies as money-making ventures, you know, for them, right? And so now, when you look at the slave codes, right, and what they do, right, they created new property rights between slaves and owners, legalized free trade of slaves with protections from the courts, prevented slaves from being armed without written permission. Whites cannot be employed by blacks, and then you know. It allowed for the capture of suspected runaway slaves, right? And so what you have to remember is that all of this is designed now to take away your mobility, be it economic, social, sexual, family, etc., right? And so now you're kind of caught into this web, right? So now your slave codes evolve into what will become your black codes, right? And so the slave codes and the black codes kind of exist in a way simultaneously because the black codes have been around during slavery, but they were designed as a way to control, again, like I said, the mobility, the opportunity of freely and newly free blacks for the sustainment of white supremacy, right? And so it controlled all areas of life, even marriage. And so you would get the state of Mississippi that I spoke about before, right? They put together the first to enact black code laws, actually, right? And they would say it's an act to confer civil rights on free men because initially with Reconstruction, they left it to the white Southerners to determine the fate of black people, right? Hence this argument of states' rights and how states know better than the federal government of what to do, or even in business, or how sometimes we'll say in my own party, how we don't need regulations or financial restrictions because the market is self-correcting. The market knows better than the government, yada, yada, yada. This is kind of like the beginning of that same type of rhetoric all the way back then, right? And so now,
Let me say something about that. Like, look, I'm a philosopher, and so principally, I can buy into some of the arguments related to local control, okay, and self-governance and autonomy and democratic participation and inclusion. I'm not against that, okay, principally. However, given the historical circumstances surrounding this type of rhetoric, it ought to be abundantly clear that these people were doubling down on this rhetoric primarily because they wanted to keep the money-making institution of slavery intact. This is the reason for the rhetoric. So, I mean, there are reasons why, people, from these cultures or, this culture in the South, there are reasons for which they're utilizing the rhetoric that doesn't necessarily, work out to the benefit of black folks. And to have black folks now adopt this rhetoric at a meta level without contextualizing it and situating it, to me, it's just absolutely, it's naive and it demonstrates aloofness to me. But that's just my opinion, okay? Go proceed, though.
Yeah, correct. You know what I'm saying? Again, I couldn't have said that better myself. Yeah, and so now, in Mississippi, so now here's the funny part, in controlling your economic mobility, right? So now in Mississippi, right, blacks are only able to rent within cities because they don't want you to access farmland in order to start to make your own money or to have have your own economy, right? So again, shout out to Tupac, right? I wonder if heaven got a ghetto, because now this is you're forcing you're now forcing or trying to control how black people are going to live, the conditions that they're going to live in, and the way that they're going to economically sustain themselves, right? And so now you're adding in the vagrancy laws, which they use as an excuse. Hey, do you have a job? No. Hey, you go right to jail. And then from you go to jail and you end up kind of like right back on the plantation as a sharecropper because you have no money and you're in debt and, you're right back there. So just like what Gigi said, basically what ends up happening in American history is that this is all a way for black people to keep making the South money. So they're looking for ways now, in a sense, to reverse all of the gains. So even when you look at the state of Louisiana, right? So Louisiana, what? Ensured freedmen were Louisiana said it was in their interest, right, to ensure freedmen were available for the agricultural interests of the state, right? So this is how they're making money. So they would have false arrests, high prison populations. Tell me if that sounded familiar, right? And they needed these men needed passes to go into the city. They had to be accompanied by white people at night if they were going to be out in the city, and then they start to again, tell me if this sounds familiar. They start criminalizing criminalizing when they feel that black people are impudent, swearing, or sides of disobedience. So now when you watch certain YouTube channels, and unfortunately, if you see black men being subject to police violence or God forbid, even death, you will have people say, well, if he would have just complied, if he would have just listened, this wouldn't have happened. But sad and most unfortunately, this is something that has been happening to us, for hundreds of years or more under the same types of circumstances, which is why you get the reaction of it. So if you're looking at things, just like Gigi said, if you're looking at things as if American history just started today, then you're kind of at a deficit because you don't understand the context of why certain things run the way they run in America and why people on either side of America's racial paradigm will respond to things the way they do. And so you get, what's up?
So I wanted to really highlight that point you just said, because again, this is a matter of acquiring context for why the Constitution is written the way it is. Because people have a cognitive habit of looking at the decisions that are made here, looking at the legislation that comes out of this time period, and they take a snapshot of the present moment and superimpose that present moment into the past. If you don't understand things such as the Department of Justice being created to fight white vigilantism, if you don't understand that the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment was done and written in such a way as to undermine states' rights because the rights of African Americans were not being observed, and to not understand that these Jim Crow laws are written in response to the National Guard no longer being there to superimpose that, and that your freedoms are considered optional, you don't understand why civil rights became what it did. And there's no way you can understand what happens when we get into the Jim Crow era, the damage caused, and why to this day, when we see the hijacking of Title VII, a lot of these sentiments and ideas aren't just left behind in the past. The context under which and why they exist still exists today, much of which is handled and addressed by Dr. Francis Cress Welsing with the ISIS papers in describing the fear of white genetic survival and Negro rule. The two go hand in hand. And it's going to be a recurring theme. And today we're going to get into, to a degree, ironically, Gigi, you low-key might even be touching with this later on when you talk about Pareto and his little society out there in Italy and London. And some ideas on running society that's happening right now in this time period. Shout out to Roosevelt and the creation of the Progressive Party.
Now,
go ahead,
this is a perfect opportunity for me to say, I was going to do a show today about Vilfredo Pareto and his concept of the 80-20 rule and the reason for which that concept was created, okay? It was meant to observe, it was merely an observation about the reasons for which in Italy at the time, 20% of the population owned approximately 80% of the wealth, okay? And the conclusion that he reached was that, well, the reality is that 20% of the wealthy were doing 80% of the work. They were getting done or were producing most of the profit and generating most of the wealth in that respective culture. Okay, and similar arguments could be made today about why, for example, 1% of the U.S. population owns over 50% of the wealth. Now, personally, I don't buy it. My first introduction to Pareto was in a graduate seminar called Game Theory. And game theory is basically the logic of strategic decision when engaging in all kinds of games with various persons. So, I mean, there are games against nature. There are games against individuals, which are zero-sum games. There are coordination games. There are, games that are not zero-sum. So there's a multiplicity of ways that one could, engage in strategic action, which leads to an optimal outcome for himself or for others. But primarily, my introduction to him was with the concept of Pareto optimality, whereby if there's a system, no one else, can do better off unless someone else does worse off. Okay. Now I've always had my reservations with the whole concept of Pareto optimality. I don't have too much reservations with the concept of the 80-20 rule, but I will say this: the 80-20 rule, so to speak, is not a law. Okay, it's just an observation, and it doesn't apply in all cases. Okay, so one of the things that I don't like that people do on a variety of occasions is they'll take a concept intended to describe a specific kind of activity and then try to utilize that concept in order to explain other phenomena. I just, to me, it's intellectually lazy. Okay. Like I've recently heard people say shit like, 20% of the men are impregnating 80% of the women, or like 80% of the women only want 20% of men, shit like that. And I get it. I understand it, but we can actually look at data, right, from the CDC or from the Census Bureau, and we can determine like who's fucking who and who's reproducing who. We don't have to, look at Vilfredo Pareto to get the answers to these questions. We can just look at the data because it's there for us to analyze and to observe. Okay, so just having said that, again, I apologize that we're switching up and changing gears today. I think it's fitting. But if the occasion arises where we can, discuss this, in an intelligible way, we can do it. But for now, I want to continue on with the conversation that we were having. Okay. So and also I want to give a shout out to TTT. Also, I want to give a shout out to Kevin C. and his donation. I appreciate you very much, sir. Appreciate that. I want to give a shout out to Dr. CD2. Appreciate you, sir. I want to give a shout out to Dardar. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Okay, so let's get back to it.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, the only reason why I brought him up only is due to his association with Leonard Darwin and their intentional misunderstanding of Charles Darwin's work and this line, survival of the fittest, and how that plays into the creation of eugenics later on, because we're going to be touching on that today, since it's a strong undercurrent that validifies their idea of why this separation has to occur. You see what I'm saying?
You're talking about a racial division is
right.
why it must exist.
Right. Yeah. Well, why they justify the scientific racism behind it, why we're the poster children front and center for these things all the time, all of that. Yeah, I was only speaking on that, not necessarily his the 80-20 rule as you're describing, misused in way too many instances. I think the paradox of choice probably is more fitting. Marketers are very familiar with that kind of idea. But
man, this is the Dunning-Kruger effect, man. You got people, man, who feel like they know. They think that they know, but they don't know. They're not able to grasp the concept and to put it in its proper perspective. Okay?
Context, right?
Context matters, and one of the things that I'm, as a person who studies philosophy, like I deal with theory primarily. Okay. And I can tell you, every concept has a historical context out of which it emerges. Okay, it's like nothing comes to be, even thought, ex nihilo. Okay, it's just ideas just don't pop out of nowhere. There has to be a context out of which the idea emerges, or circumstances out of which ideas emerge. Okay, and let's face it, man. White folks, man, have a peculiar expertise at equivocation and talking out the side of their neck and concealing their true motivations behind which their ideas, or the reasons for which they have developed ideas. Okay, they're fucking like experts at that. And as a person who studied philosophy for a prolonged period of time, I can tell you, most Western, or white folks, they don't even understand their own fucking history, bro. Okay, but I don't want to go too far off on a tangent. Okay, let's get back to what we were discussing, and at the present moment, we're talking about scientific racism. Okay, and its connection to Darwin, and I happen to be, a person who subscribes to evolutionary theory. I think it's a good explanation for why there are mutations among species adapting to their environments. Okay, I just think it's in terms of explanatory power. I just think it has, fitness. No pun intended. But keep.
I was gonna say about that fitness, dog.
yeah, man. So proceed, man.
Yeah. So kind of just quiet. And so even when you get to the state of Kentucky during that time, right, they begin leasing prison labor, right? That and they have these informal tribunals that have slave owners who are sat in these tribunals, making decisions, again about your outcome. And so you get to so now, the Civil War is done, then you get to the Civil Rights Act of 1866, and then pretty much a lot of what happens between 1866 and 1870 is what sets all of this stuff off, man, where the guys in the South are just really going nuts, because what do you get? You get the Reconstruction amendments, right? And so out of the, 13th abolishes slavery, right? 14 is equal rights, which reverses which people will say automatically reverses the Dred Scott decision, right? But you would have people in the South who would say, who would go on and say otherwise. So despite the outcome of the Civil War or whatever said by the North, we don't want to acknowledge these Reconstruction amendments. And then ultimately, the 15th Amendment, where voting comes into play, right? And so, for them, so like I said, for them, black people counted or in a 3/5 compromise. So when it would benefit the South, but now that black people are allegedly free, basically everything that you would see from the black codes, really all the way up till now, is all about dealing with these Reconstruction amendments, especially as it pertains to African Americans and their mobility, opportunity, and sustainability, right? And so,
and that's important. That's important for people to understand. So at one point, black, people were regarded as 3/5 of human beings. Okay, it was a compromise developed by Congress in order to, appease, or to reach some sort of modus vivendi, right? About how many votes, or how many, delegates would be appointed to, the southern states in contradistinction to the northern states, right? But here's the funny thing, man. And I'm just saying this in passing, right? The very same thing that white people went to war for against, the crown. I mean, like the injustices being directed towards black folk were way more egregious than the shit that they went to war over. Okay? And now you're being counted as a full human being, and you still don't have any ability, right, to have any impact on decision-making processes because they're using terroristic threats to prevent you from exercising autonomy. That's just some fucking crazy shit, bro. But, this is America, man. Go ahead.
And then you
Fact.
combine that with the fact that at this point in time, people are expanding out west. And so it's utterly undermining the effort that they just went to war for on top of all of that. Because now here you are, a new state being developed in the West. And if you become a slave state, here you are, right? But then now that the war is over, now you can count all of those folks as a full vote. And it just continues to undermine the power of this in this, the it continues to undermine those northern states and gives those southern states more power because the sharecropping modalities are pretty much keeping the cotton wheel running, if you understand what I'm saying. So they're still making the same goofy amount of money, but now they can send even more people to Congress to pretty much vote their own people in, undermine all of that effort, and they get to protect themselves under states' rights. So a lot of these bills and stuff like that that were put through were having the real potential risk of being overturned. And the question becomes, why did they even write it in the first place then?
Well, I mean, look, power is constantly exchanging, hands, so to speak. People are constantly, it's like a tug of war. Okay. There's not any moment in which, you can be certain that, you're going to be able to maintain it. And, the reasons for which people, relinquish a battle, whether it be petty intellectual battle, a physical battle, a political battle, they're always exigencies, circumstances, right? That you have to look at and factor in. But above and beyond anything else, look, man, the South is shrewd, man. These people are not dumb, man. And one of the most difficult things to do is to permanently strip away a group of people who are encultured into power, right? Like it's easy to take power away from somebody who's never had it, or to deny autonomy to somebody who's never had it. But to remove it from somebody who's had it and making money hand over fist, it's difficult as fuck. Okay, to prevent these groups of persons from trying to basically use judo techniques in order to get their power back. This is just what it is. So black people have been like the unwitting subjects, so to speak, or the pawns in this humongous chess game that's taking place. Okay, we're nothing but like fodder. I mean, for a lack of a better term, we're utensils. We're being used in order to fulfill the purposes of other persons, and it's just anathema to me. Like, it's loathsome to me that we got black folks today who use meta language and meta concepts without looking at the context out of which these concepts emerge.
Thank you.
It's fucking stupid to me. It's absolutely dumb. I've even had people, tell me that there's no such thing as a Southern strategy.
What?
Like, who the fuck are you kidding, man?
What?
There's no such thing as a Southern strategy. It just doesn't exist.
So they're blind. Like, Nixon never happened, right?
Yeah.
Bro, I've heard it said. I mean, even when they come out and tell you, I'm fucking you over, and I'm talking about you, nigger, and I'm talking about you derisively, even when the evidence is presented to them, they'll deny it. They'll make an excuse.
They got
or they'll deflect. And to me, I don't know if it's cowardice. I don't know if it's hermeneutic incapability, or like what I mean by that is the inability to interpret your own political situation and where you stand, right, in the context of the battle, right? Because I can tell you, like, I mean, Sandog, bruh, you were a military officer, and I do understand that every troop is valuable insofar as they're able to, you know, serve a purpose. I mean, you know, they're human beings or whatever the case may be. But come on, for crying out loud, there are expendable people on the ground. You know you're going to have casualties. You know there's going to be collateral damage within the context of your own forces.
Yeah, correct. Okay? Yeah, in the big picture of things, I was one of them.
and that's something that people need to recognize and acknowledge. Black people have always been expendable in America. We've always been able to be written off. You were property, bro. Motherfuckers will write your ass off for taxes, bro. You got to understand, man. We have to become wiser. But some people don't want to think that way. And they don't want to do the reflective and interpretive work. Because, either they don't have the capacity to do it, or they're afraid. It's like, to me, I would call it inauthenticity, using existentialist philosophy as a means by which to explain it. It's like, okay, you really don't want to be free because you don't want to have to deal with the circumstances out of which your freedom, you know, must emerge. You really don't want to have to deal with the truth, so you deny it.
Yeah. Well, it's like coming out of the Matrix, right? So, you know, like Cypher, when he, you know, that character there. So coming out, it might be cool to come out of the Matrix for a hot second, but living in Zion is a completely different animal than what life was back in the Matrix. What life is back in the Matrix.
Put me back in, coach.
Yeah, man.
Put me back in the game, and I don't want to remember shit about Zion. I don't want to remember a thing, and I want to be somebody important, like a movie star or something.
I mean, how many people would take that deal, real talk, right now? Just looking at the scenario. I mean, just look at the fact that you have to somehow internalize the fact that we were living cargo/hardware, and now we're gaining autonomy. Like, culturally speaking, how many people have to rationalize the fact that they're coming from an era, a society, where there were laws on books, on paper, that we couldn't even read? You know what I'm saying? Like, just the impact and setback alone, it should help contextualize how profound it is that we got this far already with what we have. And I think people underplay that, and they just snapshot the present moment, superimpose it on the back with no context, no understanding. It's like thinking you got air conditioning during the Paleolithic era. Why they hot? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it.
But this is the reason why I think, you know, like BGS having a conversation about Kenneth Clark, you know, is important because, you know, this is a black, you know, intellectual trying to frame the context out of which black family life emerges. Okay. And why, if there is any pathology, like why is it the way that it is? Okay. Because first of all, you can't even begin to manage the problem if you don't even know that there is a problem, right? Facts. Or you don't know the source of the problem, right? And so, you know, it's almost like trying to, you know, cure a disease with leeches, you know. But I want to, you know, at some point, man, I want to talk to BGS, man, because there's a new book. It's not brand new, but it was written in 2016 by a black philosopher named Tommy Shelby. And he pretty much, you know, picks up where Kenneth Clark left off. And he wrote a book called Dark Ghettos. I had begun to do some work around it, Injustice, Dissent, and Reform. And I think it'll be profitable if I read that book in chunks over maybe like a 3 to 6 month period. So, you know, that whole narrative could be laid out. Like, why is the black community so pathological? But at the present moment, you know, what's fucked up about it, and I know this is a sidebar, what's fucked up about it is it's becoming normalized and it's beginning to permeate every aspect of Western culture. Right?
Facts.
And the funny thing is, it's like this is what Malcolm X talked about when he said chickens coming home to roost. It's also what, people from the civil rights movement meant when they said, a threat to justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, right? And it's the same thing, that could, if I want to make an analogy to a physical body, right? Your pinky toe might seem insignificant, but if you let gangrene settle into your fucking pinky toe, that shit can, metastasize and begin to have an impact, over your entire health. But go figure, fuck it. Go ahead.
It's stemming from the fact that we don't understand systems, fam. We don't understand systems. We think that if we can see that the you work, and you've seen the philosophical equivalents to this. I say, okay, there's a problem with me, and I'm not functioning well. There's this logical idea, the way we interpret this meaning of me or I or even you as to just being the physical entity that you are, when in reality, you are an amalgamation of systems that form you. You see what I'm saying?
Correct.
So this works on a very surface level to say, all right, something's wrong with me, but it does no good to solve the problem because we need to be more specific. We need to analyze what system is out of harmony, out of context with the rest of the other systems within me that I can address, and they come out in the form of symptoms. But if you treat those symptoms like you're just complaining or they're just declarations of laziness and victimhood, you can't solve anything with that.
I'll tell you what, and I just want to show you something, right? And I don't want to get into this, but this is a sidebar of a sidebar, but it's important, okay? One of the things that you have to understand, and I'm going to share the screen here. It's a Chrome tab. All right, can you see that?
Okay.
You see that?
Yeah, that's
okay.
Good.
So this is the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy and their entry about moral responsibility, okay? Dude, there is a fucking entire conversation that has been had for fucking decades about the extent to which a person is morally responsible for their social status, their economic status, their familial status. I mean, it's an in-depth debate. This is not like lightweight philosophy, bro. And so I don't even get into it because, I mean, most of the people wouldn't be, I'm not saying that they're dumb, but they don't have the time to, explore these kind of, these thoughts and these areas of inquiry. But if you got the time and you want to make yourself aware about what's actually being said about moral responsibility, there's a fucking shit ton of literature out there about it. Okay. And there are different people who have different opinions about it. Right. And so I just don't get into it, bro, because, I feel like, man, to even start would be a daunting task with the men in this space because a lot of these guys are so opinionated. Okay. But this is some shit that, like, if you're an undergraduate, you're first introduced to, okay, about arguments about personal and moral responsibility. And that's not even covering the subject matter of ethics. We haven't even, like, this is a sidebar to the discussion of ethics. And personhood. Like, what is a person? And what duties does a person have? Right? What are your duties?
In the future, I want to have this conversation about the fourth industrial wave and transhumanism with you.
Oh, I'm down for it.
In the future, we could talk on that later, but that's my lane right there. The ethics conversation as it pertains to that, because it puts into context this whole argument about family immediately and the goofiness that's happening because they don't see what's coming down the pipe, fam.
Yeah, but I can tell you right now, man, one of the biggest, and I was talking to, Sandog and I were having a conversation about this earlier, but we got to get back on track. But this culture is systems based. I mean, it's a technocratic, bureaucratic culture.
Yep.
Okay, and there's an entire philosophical tradition predicated upon bureaucracy and institutions and the impact that these institutions have over the everyday life of citizens. Like one of the first persons who began, to theorize about institutions was George, Hegel.
Right.
But if you start talking about Hegel, motherfuckers would be like, what? Like when I first started reading Hegel, I couldn't make short or tall of it. I was like, what in the fuck is this? Because they speak in, it's continental philosophy, it's German philosophy, so it's difficult to understand because these guys are like rappers. They make up slang and shit like that, But once you understand the slang, you can kind of, get wind of what it is that they're trying to articulate. And then it's also mixed in with metaphysics. It's some crazy shit. But one of the things that motherfucker did was he established a framework for thinking about the importance of institutions in the framework or, like the skeletal structure of society and culture. But, like today, we're still using Judeo-Christian thinking, and not to say that they weren't to some extent, but I mean, like, dude, it's like we're using arithmetic while these motherfuckers are doing calculus, man. They're plotting the course of curves using sine, tangent, and cotangent. We're fucking like, okay, 2 + 2 = 4. These motherfuckers working out like they're using quadratic equations and shit.
And that's why we don't have the language to address systems. So when we get, because this is a perfect transition into why eugenics came out and why Darwin's theory of evolution gets appropriated to the social sciences in the name of institutional building.
But remember, again, when you talk about mathematics, right? So for example, even when you get into complex mathematics, so I'm going to say layman's. In a layman's term, a logistician or engineer is someone that can solve complex problems, right? So that's what I would say. So now when you talk about mathematics, remember, when you want to solve problems in mathematics, especially when they become more complex, what do you have? You have what's called an order of operations. So the problem in our community is that people will skip. So if you're looking at a particular problem and you have, 4 times x to the 5th power is equal to 2 to the 3rd power, parentheses this, multiplied by parentheses that, multiplied by divided that. So what happens is if you understand basic mathematics, or like he said, just the basics of mathematics, you're going to go and you're going to attempt to solve that problem, but it's going to be wrong because outside of the order of operations, you're going to miss the philosophy or the context of why that math even flows that way. You know what I'm saying? So
there we go.
Yeah, we don't have systems. We don't have systems analysis ourselves. Yeah, we just don't do systems analysis.
Yeah. So correct. So that those are the types of things. I remember one time Gigi and I had a conversation on the show, and I don't want to do it because I'm lazy. But like when you get somebody like BGS who loves charts and graphs and statistics, we have something called a regression analysis, right? And what a regression analysis does is that, like, let's say if you're starting a business, right? With the statistics, you could find out where you want to place your business, what times you want it open, the foot traffic, the demographics. Like, there's so much you can do with the regression analysis that will give you so much information and data in terms of, I want my business on the corner of GG Avenue and Nameless Street. And so when I go through that entire process, I can statistically pinpoint where to put my business, what times to have the doors open so that I can enjoy the utility of profit, right? And so this is, so for us, it goes back to, but again, like, look, kind of segue back what we were talking about, right? Remember, you're denied mobility, you're denied education, you're denied access to this, right? And so you have to remember that the circumstance that you're in creates a culture, right? Because when you get into things like the Ku Klux Klan, these people being embedded in law enforcement, local and state government, and even till today now, right? What happens? You have active duty police officers that are in militia groups like the Oath Keepers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these guys are operating. These guys are operating in major cities. So even itself, the Ku Klux Klan starts in 1865 and operates until now. So now it may be shattered into several different groups, right? And so you have to. So if you're barely in a position to keep a family, which is the cornerstone of all institutions, you're not going to understand it from the jump, right? So I remember when Nameless and I first started talking with each other behind the scenes, and he had a term called a baseline, right? And so again, so if you're Sandog, right, your dad's a Pan-Africanist, you got all of this Nation of Islam literature, when you get up and walk into your living room, there's books by Dr. Ben Yakinen, Ivan Van Sertima. Your dad took you to go see Claude Anderson speak in Harlem 2 weeks ago. So now I'm starting off from a completely different place, right, than most African Americans. So if you're coming out from the plantation and you're living in an environment that removes your mobility, which influences your opportunity, you will not understand or be able to do the last thing, which is sustain, right? So it's not going to work that way. And so now you get Jim Crow from 1877, right? And so one could argue that to some extent, Jim Crow isn't even over. Man, there have been several. So even after we're slaves, right, there are several civil rights legislation that's passed, several types of legislation or civil rights acts that have been passed. So 1866 makes you a citizen. 1871 prohibits race-based violence against African Americans. 1875 prohibits discrimination in public accommodation. 1957, it creates a Civil Rights Commission. 1960, federal inspection of local voter registration polls. 64, prohibits bias on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. 1968, the sale, rental, and financing of housing based on race, creed, or national origin. 1990, right, a bill that will make it easy for people to deal in civil suits, and that's shot down by George Bush. And then 1991, the right to trial by jury for discrimination claims, right? And even then, what you can get from the claim is limited, right? And so, again, you're looking at all these types of legislations, and so even Jim Crow itself is doing what? It's looking to roll back the 13th, the 14th, and 15th Amendment. So you get Jim Crow, shout out to Jumper Jim Crow, right? The minstrel show that they had, which is what the name is, right? Yep. This is cemented, as we talked about before, by Plessy versus Ferguson, right? And so now, in a back conversation that Nameless and I had, Jim Crow in and of itself is all the evidence that you need for reparations for slavery, right? Because Jim Crow was nothing more than a way to keep you in that condition, right? So
those are the facts. Those are the facts. And yep. but people will deny those facts by making an appeal to personal responsibility. That's the first thing that they'll say. That's the first thing they'll go to.
That has nothing to do with personal responsibility. You can't start your genes enough for this. There are not enough there's not enough perfect Windsor knots you can tie to get out of this.
I mean, but if you get them adamantine bootstraps, fam.
This is the funny thing about this, right? So think about like Dred Scott, which you mentioned earlier, okay? Here was a free black man, okay? Was living free in a state in which, for the most part, didn't have slavery. He lived in a territory where slavery was not, it was outlawed or. Shit, bro. They were like, motherfucker, we can take your ass back, whether you're free or not. How many free black people, man, were actually reintroduced into bondage because of what the Supreme Court decided. Group of white dudes.
Fam.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I mean, it's a group of white dudes who basically saying, we don't give a fuck if you was free or not. If somebody claims you, you gotta take your ass back. And if they got the paperwork, and we already know, man, these motherfuckers, man, come up with they are masters of equivocation and deception. That's what the fuck they do, man. That's how they move. Okay, they created the system. And you have to outdo them, outwit them, playing their game.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we just buy into the game. We act as if, okay, the game is to some extent fair because of the principles of justice which they've laid out, right? And they say you have access to, recourse to the law, okay? Which doesn't discriminate. Every person has access to it. Come on, fam. Like, are we really that big? Are we really that in that big a denial, man?
Frankly, for real. I think so.
But that's the thing, right? Again, like I said, that conversation we had, right? At the end of the day, you cannot have white dreams and expect to be free of white supremacy. It doesn't make sense, right? So if you and your oppressor want the same thing, you have a problem. If you want to be equal in a system in and of itself that's inherently corrupt, so you're talking about a system that kills millions of people and exploits millions of others, right? So if you want equality within that is a problem in and of itself.
Let me go on record. Let me go on record and say this shit, right? I know it's gonna sound shocking for me to say it, right?
Yeah.
But many of the claims that postmodernists and post-structuralists have, to some extent, I agree with. Okay? To some extent. Okay? But my problem is with their execution of their own principles. Like, in service of what? In an attempt to procure what? So at the present moment, we have postmodernism and post-structuralism, which is heavily centered around deconstructing what they call systems of power and, concepts and ideas which reify hegemony, okay? But what are they using as the cornerstone of their, efforts to kind of deconstruct? Sexuality. Like, sexuality is not changing the basic structure of the culture. It's just not doing it. This is the thing, this is the issue I got with these people, man. As far as I'm concerned, and all they're doing is forcing themselves into the same kind of slots that they eschewed in the first place, that they said were unjust and unfair in the beginning. That's useless to me, man. This is why I say these motherfuckers are all phony for real. They're not really actually trying to change the basic structure of the culture in which we live and usher in a new phase of justice. They just want to have access to the positions of white dudes.
There we go, right there.
But then they'll tell you, and at the same time, they'll tell you that that's what your ambitions are. When in actuality, what they're actually doing is, all they're doing is revealing their own inward desire. And they're reinforcing and reifying the same fucking systems of oppression. They're not changing anything. Like, who gives a fuck if you got a nigga as the chief of police, if he's doing the same shit that the white dude was doing? Who gives a fuck if you got a trans woman in the same place as a white man, if he's doing the same shit that the white man was doing? Who gives a shit if there's a white woman in the presidency or a Negro in the presidency, if he's doing the same shit that white boys would do. This is the reason why, you know, there's a whole fucking area of inquiry about post-colonialism and how, you know, after white people left Africa or whatever, India, that you got a group of people who came in and they just basically took up the same kind of positionality as the white folks that fucking were ousted.
Yep.
There's no change in the structure. That's why, like, even in Nigeria, you got motherfuckers wearing wigs in court and shit.
Oh my! I saw that first.
Are you serious?
Straight up, bro.
I saw it, Gigi. I saw it firsthand, and you know what? I couldn't even fucking. I pulled the lawyer and the judges to the side, hand over heart, in Lagos. I pulled them to the side, and I said, "Take that shit off your head. Like you look ridiculous. Yes, nameless. You're laughing, but yes, they do. They wear the lawyers. The lawyers, when they walk into the court and the judge, his or herself, themselves, whatever you're gonna say, they rock those powdered wigs over nappy weaves and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not even surprised, family.
Bruh. Look, a picture's worth 1,000 fucking words, bro.
I'm gonna lose it.
I swear to God, man. So, you know, it's like a pic. Can you see that?
What are they doing? No.
A picture is worth 1,000 words, man.
What is this? I will tell your mother.
This is ridiculous, man.
Okay.
Oh,
but this is the reality. Like, I mean, you know, like this is the reality of post-coloniality. And my issue is, if you're going to usher in deconstruction, fucking tear the whole thing up, man. You got to change it. But the problem is they can't change it, and they know they can't change it. Okay? So what, you know, I said this earlier. I don't know who it was that I said this to. It might even been on this show amongst you two. Okay? For the most part, bro, the politics of fucking is nothing. It gives up nothing. It procures nothing. Because, I mean, people who's going to fuck each other, who's lesbian, was going to fuck each other anyway, right?
Facts.
If you like fucking somebody in a bathroom in a park somewhere, if that's the hookup or the meetup, you're going to do it anyway. Okay? But what they wanted was the benefits of marriage because they wanted the subsidies that came from it. But at the same time, they'll say that marriage is the fucking seat of oppression. When you got a man and a woman in the context of it. This shit, like, we're living in Wally world, bro. We're living in bizarro world. And they want you to believe that sex politics is going to restructure society at large. I say, well, all you're doing is replacing one master for another master.
Agreed.
Now it's a mistress. They don't, like, if you believe that predicated upon gonads, that another group of persons are going to be more virtuous and they're going to handle power responsibly and exercise accountability while doing it, you're aloof. It's absolutely absurd. Because power, it has to be constrained. At least conceptually, the Europeans understood that shit when they came up with a system of checks and balances, bro. At least they understood that. Like, hey, you got to check power or it's going to run rampant and wild. Yeah. And it doesn't matter if you're sitting on a vagina or you're sitting on a scrotum. It don't matter. People will abuse power. But we don't even want to go there. All we want to do is talk about gender politics. I'm not interested in gender politics. When is the last time that you heard the left actually speak about changing the economic landscape of the country, bro? In a meaningful and in a substantive way.
I mean, we keep hearing about this. We keep hearing about these goofy ideas about, equality, but no efforts to actually change the context under why the resources that are available now aren't even reaching to where they're supposed to be. It's like adding more pills in a situation where there's just no circulation going to certain parts of the system. Going back to what we said before, there's no respect to systems analysis. And the unfortunate part behind all of that is the fact that when we get into the transhuman conversation, these same people are the main ones dominating the conversation with regards to it. So what you're about to see are robots animated with this whole idea we just finished talking about, which is nothing more than an invitation for absolute totalitarianism at this point, that I think people are going to ironically call freedom.
But I'll tell you what, and we got to get back to the main subject, but here's my issue, right? At the present moment, we've created a cultural climate in which corporations have the power to impose their moral standards on people in a culture in which freedom of speech is supposed to be of paramount, it's like it's the summum bonum of what freedom, requires. Mm-hmm. Your ability to speak openly and frankly about any matter whatsoever without having to, be under the censure of punishment from the public or from the government, right? That's thanks to the civil rights movement, which I think, I've always said this, and I'll say it again. Civil rights was necessary, but it was like Sandog said, it's a set of functions or like an order of operations, but it ain't we haven't got the answer yet. Like we at step one, first, outer, inner, last. We on the first step.
Yep.
You understand? Like, I mean, that's a prerequisite for freedom. But we haven't moved where we need to go. And people are like, well, we're moving there. No, we're not. We took a step that was necessary, but everybody's co-opted it for their own personal, satisfaction. White women got it, gay people got it, and not to say that there aren't black gay people, there are, whatever the case may be, not trying to deride and stigmatize them, okay? But like, you being able to fuck who you want, that's not changing the basic structure of this culture, bruh. It's not.
When race is based on it.
Having gay people in government is not going to change the economic landscape of America, bro.
Facts.
That's obvious. Having gay people being the leader head of movements is not going to make them accountable. In fact, it's going to make them less accountable, because to criticize them, then they can say, okay, well, you're engaged in hate of my identity. You don't like my identity, so that's why you're levying these charges against me.
Okay? And that's the sinister part, right? Because this is the legal Jenga that gets placed where black men are on the bottom, supported by a measure of black people, which, again, if you decide to adopt any of those pretexts, you get priority in the order of operations that's actually going backwards at this point. And so every time you challenge it, you risk having the whole stack fall over. And so you're stuck with your hands behind your back. Like, how do you even talk about this without getting flagged?
Bro, right now it got to the point where, like, I'm not saying I agree with Kanye West, but I mean, think about it. This is like JP Morgan just pulled out, like you got to take your finances elsewhere. Because we don't like what you said. We don't like what you said about this ethnic group or that ethnic group. Now, understand, but like, you also have to be mindful of how racism is actually being characterized and how hate is actually being characterized in the United States. So white people like to think that racism is a fucking attitude. Fuck that, man. Look, we know white people's attitude has not changed. We know it. I mean, dude, if it changed, they would like be our Ace Boon Coons. They'll be our homies, brothers from other mothers and sisters from other mothers. But do you see that happening? Because their attitude hasn't changed, okay? But they have become masters at not, saying the wrong thing. And some of them, are smart enough to know what to say and what not to say. Some not, because they're bold. But take a person like Kanye West, for instance. This is a black man from Chicago, a black boy who lived his life in Chicago, okay? For the most part, his adolescence. Yeah, he's a billionaire, but what type of fucking power does Kanye West have? He doesn't have any political power. He doesn't have, to be perfectly honest, he doesn't even have the capacity to control the industries that he's most interested in, outside of the context of being one of the little niggas who has some modicum of access. But when they start shutting you down because they don't like your opinions and then they call you regressive, as a black man, that shit should be offensive to all of us. Even if he says some shit that's fucked up. So what, bro? Like, black people don't have the ability, like Joy DeGruy, man. Go look at her videos, man. Okay? The old videos about post-traumatic slave syndrome and shit like that. What can white people do in order to make your life worse with their attitudes that are negative about you? But what can you do to them with your negative attitudes? It ain't like Kanye West has access to a military industrial complex like fucking Hitler and can go out and fucking create, like a fucking, a Holocaust for Israelis and shit, or people, who identify as Jewish. He can't do it. He doesn't have the power. He doesn't have the ability to do it. So, but now, because race is nothing more than an attitude to these people, we don't even have to look at systems. Which racism is a system. This is why critical race theorists have always been saying, and I'm talking about the real ones like Gene Steffenchek, Richard Delgado, Derek Bell. Those are names you should know if you want to know about critical race theory, okay? Everybody talks about Kimberly Crenshaw and shit like that. But go look at Gene Steffenchek and Richard Delgado and Derek Bell and what they say about racism and the impact that it has on your life and how it's not just an attitude. It's not a feeling. It's laws. It's Dred Scott. It's Plessy versus Ferguson. It's the black codes. It's an entire science of eugenics.
Yep.
It's the fucking Ku Klux Klan. Right? These people have like real power, dude. Real power to have an impact over the quality of your life and well-being. Now, what can a nigga, if I hate white people, what the fuck can I bring about as a result of my hatred and my disdain?
A Twitter hashtag.
Not a goddamn thing. Not a fucking thing. So when you got like people like Nick Cannon and you got people like Kanye West, or you got people like, what's the one dude, man, who recently got banned from Twitter and shit like that? Some half black dude.
Oh,
fighter.
Andrew Tate?
Yeah, Tate.
Andrew Tate, yeah.
So now they're taking viewpoints, now, because women have basically thrust themselves in the position that black people were in, okay, should have been in, related to like respect to the law. Now, if you criticize a woman at all they're gonna do is say, oh, misogyny, Title VII, Civil Rights Act, Title IX, shit like that. You're a hater. You need to be censored. You're dangerous. But you gotta think about it. The system is real. And it creates real harm and damage to people like myself. Not to say black women don't experience it, but they experience it to a lesser violent degree than black men do.
By far.
Okay? They're not incarcerated as much. They're not as homeless as much. They're not killed by police as much. Okay? They're not surveilled as much. And all of this escapes them because they can't, they don't see it because they don't live it. It's very difficult to observe that which you don't live. Okay? But then they'll tell you they have a unique standpoint and they can see more than you can see. They're in an epistemic bird's eye view. And it's the issue I have with this shit, man. I'm like, at the present moment, we've empowered corporations to become arbiters of morality. And they have no morality at all, man. What the fuck morality does a corporation have?
I mean, cash rules everything around me, right? Shout out to capitalism, right?
Bro, right now, you got JP Morgan, YouTube, Facebook,
Amazon, right?
Twitter, Amazon, all these fucking corporations who basically they're saving face in order to live up to diversity and inclusion statements that are all predicated upon Title VII.
Yep.
Okay? Which don't operate with the spirit of which the law was created for in the first fucking place. And now they get to appear using Bernays like, you know, public relations campaigns like they're actually on the right side of justice. These people are exploiting people left and right, bruh. It's what they do. It's their mode of being.
But that's what I talked about, man, like corporations, right? Because remember, right, what happened, right? So Jim Crow institutionalized the economic, educational, political, and social disadvantages of African Americans, right? And second class, you know, and also making us second class citizens, right? So your businessman class, you know, at least in the South and part, you know, and the North, they were all engaged, you know, in this activity, right? And so, you know, fast forward, right, you know, you go into, you know, this is the late 1800s and you go into the early 1900s and, you know, Jim Crow, the disenfranchisement that comes from it with the lynchings and the lack of economic opportunity and everything else, what does that do? Black people now begin to pick up and they head for the cities, right? And so they head for the cities to escape, you know, all that drama at the time. And then you have northern industrialists who are also coming to the South to recruit black people because of, remember, there were labor shortages because, you know, you got people out there now fighting the World War. Right, so
right.
they're going to fight in the World War, and so now in these cities you're going to get a clash between black people, Irish, and European immigrants. So again, that goes back to the point when somebody says, "Well, my grandfather came here in 1930. He didn't own slaves," but guess what? They engaged in Jim Crow. Right, and many of them supported those ideologies, right? And so now you have your Irish and other European immigrants. You know, they form labor unions like the American Federation of Labor to segregate that because again, they're looking at nameless Gigi and Sandog. Hey, we're a competition. You know, but most of the time we work for less money, and you know we work for less money. And they damn sure don't want to live with us in the cities, right? And so now this is one of the things that will also kick off the suburbs, right? And so now you end up in the early 1900s, 1917, right? You get the East St. Louis riots, right, where about 150 people are killed. And I brought this up before, you know, and 6,000 black people are displaced. That's like, you know, damn near $9 million worth of damage done, right, in today's money. And so a lot of black people are displaced, never to return again. And then the funny part is that, you know, the Chamber of Commerce, you know, they want the police chief to resign because, you know, during the riots, he just let the white people run roughshod, right? He didn't want to shoot them or bring any harm to them because, again, he's a part of that, you know, he's also a part of that community. So you don't even have protection under the law. And so now you have all of these riots, whether they be north or south, because these group of men don't want to compete with you. So where is pull yourself up by the bootstraps if the people that are living with you don't want to compete with you, and they support laws and they build institutions just to do that? Make it make sense.
And here's
Right?
a quick hostile intervention. You
Yeah.
know, you hear a lot of folks, especially in this time period that you're talking about, when we're getting into the Great Migration from the South to the North, specifically because of what happens between these two world wars that we're approaching now. And there's a very common rebut that's offered to the African American demographic, folks in the FBA, the 80 social complex, however you want to describe it, that somehow the cities were already built, that these immigrants did all of this work, and we just showed up out of nowhere to capitalize and just exploit and extort and take up all the jobs that they have there. Just a little FYI, especially folks coming out of New York. You get a lot of the usual suspects with the Irish and uh, the Italians leaning in, going, "Well, they didn't like us either." Just understand that that city was built by slave labor first. That city was reinforced by African Americans already there. And a lot of which, especially when we start getting into the railway system that's being built around this time period, the overwhelming majority of individuals that were taking place in building that and creating the infrastructure so it could even be possible was African Americans. So much so that you don't get this without us. I want that to be clear for the record, because that's a ridiculous retort we hear from folks that have been opted in by virtue of the Jim Crow laws and this brown paper bag rule and this one drop rule, because they tend to be some of the biggest individuals, low key, that support and are constituents of this invisible empire we see, because they primarily occupy these organizations as useful idiots for these individuals that are in those top positions of power and authority.
Yeah.
And then utilizing public relations. A lot of the companies and orgs that initially benefited from slavery, like you made mention of that article, but you got like Tiffany and Company, right. Brown Bros, even the New York's, stock exchange, big companies like Lehman Brothers, even though they went out of business or whatever the case may be. But I mean, shit, man, they came from Alabama, man. And then moved to New York and started their cotton exchange and shit like that. So, like even the major universities had slaves and shit like that, bro.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Brown, Harvard, Yale, all them so-called prestigious universities, slaves, slave labor, bro.
Even the White House.
Yeah.
Hopefully people know that story. If you don't, you're in for an amusing level of understanding, especially post 1812 when it got burnt the hell down.
Facts. Yeah.
So shout out to Heru in Apocalypse. Appreciate your donation, sir. Shout out to Barry Little, man. Support your scholars, man. We out here doing this work, man. And I consider these two men with me to be scholars as well. So shout out to Kevin C. again for your donation. Appreciate it, sir. I'm just doing some housekeeping. T-Fitness for you, man. I see you, bro. See you. TTT, I see you. So, just shout out to all the people who've made donations, man. Help keep the Green Gorilla channel up and going, man. So, yeah, get back to it, though.
Man. So, like in 1908, you get the Springfield riots, right? Where the state that Abraham Lincoln is from, which kind of shows that across the United States, right, that people have problems with African Americans, and there's not really a safe haven for us to be. So you have 5,000 white people that got together and attacked black people in Springfield, Illinois, right? And so again, like you're talking about the kind of like similar to Tulsa, claiming that somebody was raped, and that was more or less of an excuse for them to go into Springfield and do what they did. And so now the interesting part now is, now remember, within the white world there's a pecking order with the Anglo-Saxons that are up at the top, right? And so with the second wave of the Ku Klux Klan, remember, these European immigrants, they're not looked at favorably by the group that they would eventually integrate with, right? So now you got people showing up from Hungary, from Poland, from Italy, etc. And also remember, these people are not Protestants, right? So a healthy chunk of them are Catholics, which is also a problem, right? So the second wave of the Ku Klux Klan is very anti-immigrant. And so, look, and I'll share with you, just some quotes, right? And it goes, alien in thought, grotesque in manner of life, the thrifty and laborious Pole is a conspicuous figure, slow to learn even simple English, unable to express in our tongue any abstract ideas. One can only conjecture his inner life and mental attitude. His part in the drama of conflicting races has thus a silent pantomimic effect, right? And so you would get and so these are the things, right? And so you would have people say stuff like this, like, as such, and they were talking about how, like, these new attitudes where the immigrants they're starting now to fight to become socially white, like, how many of them will anglicize their name. So if your name is Schwarzenkoff, for example, now you're no longer like Davuda Schmidt Schwarzkopf, you're now David Schwartz. For example, right? And so
small hats did the same.
Correct. And so now this is what they're looking to do, right? So because the black people are politically disadvantaged, so they're like, okay, well, hey, Sandog don't got the bag, so I'm not gonna join forces with him. I'm gonna rock out where the money is, right? And so again, you would hear statements of where one white man is as good as 2 or 3 Italians, right? And where whites bringing lawsuits against their own family members that they suspected of having tainted black blood, right? And so,
drop rule.
Yeah, exactly. So this is what I'm trying to say. And so again, kind of coming back to just real quick to some of these quotes, right? And it goes, in a country where the distinction between white man and black is intended as a distinction of value as well as ethnography, it is no compliment to the Italian to deny him his whiteness, right? And so what else do you got, right? As white races proliferated alongside the science and ideology that imparted legitimacy to their existence, color and race became detached in the case of whiteness. Instead, white came to be populated by a hierarchy of peoples, at the top of which was America's charter white race, the Anglo-Saxons, and a number of rank ordered lesser white races. We sometimes lose sight of the links of which white Americans, especially of the working and lower class, went to patrol the boundaries of white, however it was always understood. Right? And so that's David A. Gerber, a historian in 1999. Right? And then the last one is from Barbara Mikulski, right? A senator in the 70s. And she goes, America is not a melting pot. It is a sizzling cauldron for the ethnic American who feels that he has been politically courted and legally extorted by both government and private enterprise. The ethnic American also feels unappreciated for the contribution he makes to society. He resents the way the working class is looked down upon. Unfortunately, because of his old prejudices and new fears, anger is generated against other minority groups rather than those who have power. Right? So,
and that's been the plan from the beginning. Like, I mean, go throw back to Bacon's Rebellion. Yeah. And not to say that the black guys were just totally wholesome, and they're deciding to, raid, Native Americans or whatever the case may be. But, the reality is that you had a populist uprising and a coalition amongst whites and blacks. And the planter class, the nobility, the Southern aristocracy basically said, fuck that shit, man. We can deal with a lot of alliances, but these Negroes and these, these indentured servants and these, lowly, servile European immigrants, man, they cannot come together. So they were offered a racial bribe, whiteness. And it's a hell of a drug, man. Whiteness is a motherfucker, man. It's a hell of a thing, man. And it's a pure construct. Because, I mean, not to say that ethnicity to some degree isn't a construct and that there's any pure ethnic groups or whatever the case may be. But I mean, come on, man. Like, before there was white, there was Polish, like you said, German, French, Irish, Celtic, shit like that. I mean, just go study European history, man. Like, I mean, especially in the medieval era. They were Germanic tribes, man. in constant war with each other over petty bullshit. I mean, it's not like these. I mean, but this is a martial group of people, man. Like I said before, like a long time ago, I was having a discussion on one of these shows, man, and this guy who was a Roman Catholic priest wanted to take a course with me, a directed reading, and he was trying to get through his graduate studies, and so he said, "Let me take a course with you, so I can learn as much as I can about the philosophy of race." And so we did. And one of the things he revealed to me, he basically came out and said it. He's like, "Look, man, you're dealing with the descendants of Vikings and shit like that, bro. These people are martial. They're not going to give up anything without a fight. They'll equivocate. They will lie. They will obfuscate. They will do anything they can to prevent themselves from falling down a peg, even if they're not even high up on the totem pole to begin with. These are the facts. So, this racial division, it prevents people from looking up. That's the origin of the whole concept of punching down. But now it's been, appropriated by, people who are involved in the sexual liberation movement. As if, like they have a monopoly on what justice talk should be about.
Facts.
But this is the world we live in now. I mean, they've appropriated every justice-related issue at the current moment, leaning on Title VII, which was intended for you. I mean,
would you say that technically, when you look at this and expand it out to the world conversation, that this culturalized leftism or liberalism has effectively occupied the same role that Christianity used to with regards to colonial policy and colonial power?
Yes. Ideology is the new religion, fam.
But a particular kind of ideology. This basically touts itself as progressive.
Right.
And that basically identifies itself as being emancipatory and liberatory, but it uses arcane language. It's not like common sense, philosophy or ideology. It's like this obtuse and highly I don't know the exact word to use, but it's like all this graduated bullshit terminology that they utilize in order to justify their political positioning. It's like, bro, I saw that shit, man, on Dr. T.S.N. Johnson's show, man, where you had this motherfucker teaching in high school with these fucking triple X appendages to their breasts, man. Shit. And I'm pretty sure that was a dude too, like like a trans, person or whatever.
They got a Y chromosome.
And it's like, come on, man. Like this the shit we fighting for now. Like not to say that this person doesn't deserve a fair shake at life and the ability to, to exist. But come on, fam. This ain't got shit to do with slavery, bro. Like, we talking about a history of policy, like that disenfranchises, that kills, that marginalizes, to a large extent, like millions of people, man. And not to say that, there aren't millions of people who are gay, but like, I mean, come on, bro. Like, this is a false equivalency.
Well, I want to give a example of what I mean by that, as far as it being the new modality of colonial power, and I'll tie it into what we're talking about here. If you guys remember when that situation went down on the continent, and it was presumed that there were these girls that were being kidnapped and abused by, was it the folks rebelling against the oil pipeline out there? I think it was in the Delta.
Yeah.
It might Right. And then Michelle Obama came up and put the story out there, and then they did a change.org, and then Obama sent them drones out there to get dude, and they assassinated him.
Yeah, well, like again, you got to think, man. Look, at the end of the day, man, you have black people in America. Like Obama is like one generation removed from Africa, right?
Right.
That motherfucker sent more drones to Africa than Bush did. He's the drone president. Yeah, Boko Haram.
Right. And they had all those boys that were being killed and no one said anything. And the moment those girls got kidnapped and were, told they were going to convert to Islam, etc., all of a sudden military power is utilized, even though thousands of boys have been killed prior to that. And them girls are still alive. You understand what I'm saying?
But that's what I'm saying.
But there's not a premium on black male life to begin with. Like male life is expendable, has always been expendable since time immemorial. Like your function is to reproduce to some extent, but like for the like battle age men, you're expendable, man. You have to be able to protect the society.
Okay? So you see how this becomes a problem, right? When we get into a gender-based modality of justice and the value of your pain exacerbated by what we already experienced in this country to ironically have Title VII weaponized against us. Like, you see what I'm talking about with hive theory and how this end game looks like, fam.
but that's why shout out to Tommy Curry. And I'm a little more, vociferous and profane than he is. I mean, but at the end of the day, he made a critique of Brittany Cooper, who basically, called, for the bombing, of Africa. Like, that is the operation of a colonial power, or at the behest of somebody, kind of stoking the fires of unrest in the name of gender justice. But come on, man, like, that's just a justification for fucking destruction.
Yep.
I just find it funny that now, that's why I say anybody can abuse power. Anybody. It doesn't matter if they're straight, they're gay, they're black, they're white, they're male or female. Anybody can abuse power. And anybody can become part of the American colonial apparatus. Or Western, the Western colonial apparatus. Anybody can become a part of that. Just because you hold a position and you look a certain way doesn't mean that you're not operating in the interest, of a certain set of people in this country, man.
Agreed.
But when you talk about sexual politics, right? Again, during the same time, what happens, right? Because again, black men are seen as menaces, right? Again, the fact that we're free now, and we're competing, you have white men that not only do they not want to compete with you for jobs, but they also don't want to compete with you sexually, right? And so now you get these whole campaigns. Even it was argued on the Senate floor about the sexuality of black men. Again, shout out to Cynthia G. Like, without the restraint of slavery, all we want to do is drool over white women and chase them.
Let her tell it.
Right? You know what I'm saying? And so, and thus ruining the morality and the purity of America. Right? So, again, all of this is still happening so when you talk about sexual politics, Gigi and neighbors, even for black men, right, during this time of Jim Crow, or during the Great Migration period, right, our sexuality is brought up again because we're brutes and we're menaces. So black people in general are this sexually immoral group of people, despite the fact that you've had white men who were still raping black women at the time, making mulatto children.
Isn't that a great conversion into the eugenics society now?
Go ahead with that. But before you do that, I just want to say, man, I'm not taking anybody seriously about what they want to be like in terms of like what they desire racially from a motherfucker wearing wigs and shit like that, man. And unfortunately, not to say black men haven't been, you know, subjected to, you know, this kind of self-hatred, but like this is at an all-time high amongst black women, man. You know, like Cynthia G, man, she stay with a motherfucking weave in her head, man. But you telling us we desire white women. You desire to be a white woman. This is a problem for me, man. You know, like, but nobody can say it today precisely because if you say it, then it's going to be perceived as misogyny. And we can't, you know, we can't be misogynistic. We can't critique women at all because they're the penultimate subject. Okay, which I just, you know, if you study history, it's a crock of shit. It all depends on what woman you're talking about. What woman at what time are you having a discussion or you're having a conversation about? Because I can tell you this, Betty Friedan has been in a different cultural position all of her life, above and beyond that of the average motherfucking man, black man in East St. Louis, Illinois. These are the facts, man. Like, or a white woman married to a fucking, you know, a fucking plantation owner who owns slaves herself. She has more power than the average man. Yep. Social and political capital, more so than the average man. But we want to fucking reduce everything down, boil it all down to gender and sex. This and only because Howard Smith at the 11th hour added the shit to the motherfucking Civil Rights Act.
Man.
So everybody's capitalizing. You have a cadre of attorneys and shit who are basically utilizing this law in order to garner economic resources and positions for themselves. That's all this shit boils down to. It's interest, in philosophical terms, we call it interest group politics. That's all it boils down to, okay? And it's not necessarily liberatory. And even feminists have critiqued this shit. Shout out to Nancy Fraser. Shout out to Sayla Ben Habib. Shout out to Iris Marion Young, who, like, because these are deliberative democratic feminist philosophers, I'm more prone to divide with the shit that they say than, you know, like these radical motherfuckers. Okay? But it's like, come on, man. Like, you can't reduce everything down to two poles and then talk about domination and oppression on that grounds alone. It doesn't work, man. It's intellectually lazy and it's fatiguing black men. It's fatiguing us. But, you know, here we go, man. I mean, so yes, if I had to answer in the affirmative, right? Yes. Sexual politics or leftist progressive politics can be utilized, not saying it has to be, but it can be utilized in the service of coloniality. Yes, it can be.
I think that's something that people need to keep in the back of their mind for a sense of urgency, because once again, as we go into this transition, no pun intended, into the fourth industrial wave and technology begins adopting these things, this becomes the lens at which human beings get judged by. And when you've got this undertone of devaluing masculinity and that role is becoming more redundant and people see more value in not having that Y chromosome, it's going to lead to this imbalance that I don't want to see happen, but it looks like the trajectory is headed towards there. If you take a look at the way boys are treated, not just here, but globally, and in particular, if you're part of the ADO social complex, it's only going to get worse, which is why we got to have these conversations, which is why we got to have this space, which is why we got to push back and start really making moves with regards to whatever power we do have left that we can aggregate and offer not just pushback, but formulate a strategy.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, but most men are going to be against it. They're just not going to have the mindset to be masculinist. They don't know how to be. Because to them, it represents regressiveness and injustice in thinking. You know, like, I mean, it doesn't matter, man, whether you're, you know, the rank and file black person that's just going to work every day. Like, these issues don't really come under your purview until something goes wrong.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Until you get fucked over. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Keep It 100. You know what I'm saying? He said drop a bomb on him, so I'm going to give him a bomb for old time's sake.
Shout out to that brother.
But, you know, I look at it and I say to myself, man, we're fucked in the game, man. Like, if you want to start really operating with the Pareto principle, it's going to take 20% of black men to actually move the needle on this shit. Because most black men ain't going to move the needle at all. They're just, they are hermeneutically challenged. They don't know how to interpret their reality. Because their first impulse is to act like a drone and to protect the queen of the hive. That's their first instinct.
Here we go.
I mean, you know, like, and not to say that that's a bad instinct in and of itself if there's balance in it. Like, if you want to use an African concept, if there's ma'at in it.
Right.
But there's no ma'at in this. There's no balance in any of this. And I would be prone, you know, to accept gender politics to some extent if those people who were, you know, pushing it aggressively would, you know, dial it back a bit because they've basically received what they intended to get from the beginning. They got it. You dominate education. You dominate the law. You're dominating at the present moment, even to the extent to which white men are feeling the crunch. You got white boys, they ain't doing well in school either. That's why, you know, Warren Farrell could write a book called The Boy Crisis. That's why Johnny Depp can get his motherfucking finger cut off and get fired from the Pirates of the Caribbean. After he got his motherfucking finger cut off because Amber Heard threw a goddamn bottle at him and fucked his hand up.
Guilty until proven innocent, and even then, only temporary. Damage is already done, and you're not entitled to collective damages. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it is all under the pretext of the narrative and the ideology that as a demographic, as a population, women have been oppressed. And not to say that they haven't been. Okay, but look, I already read, you know, what was the name of the woman? Her name is eluding me at the present moment, but it was like Sex and Race, a False Analogy. I can't remember the fucking name for anything, but it's not the same, man. Sex and race are not the same. White women came to this motherfucker freely and of their own, you know, they came here like willingly. They weren't transported on fucking slave ships to this motherfucker.
Or bred as cattle to perform a specific role like some living hardware.
That's just like, you know, man, I'm done with American politics, bro. Like, the left is offering us nothing at the present moment. And it's primarily our fault. So at some point, y'all need to get into this conversation about, okay, we went from black nationalism to what? I even did a video about this shit, right? You know, in 72, it was nation time. What time is it? Jesse Jackson, it's nation time. Now we like what? Get your booty to the poll. No voting, no fucking. This is where we at now.
I think it starts here with Booker T. Washington, 1895, in his Atlanta Compromise speech. And I think this sets the beginning of the end, where we see a situation where Booker T is busy working with this Tuskegee Institute. He's working with the likes of individuals that did things such as Tunis Campbell. He's working with people from all over Black America that's busy trying to get somewhere with this. And we've got a lot of the upper class coming from W.E.B. Du Bois and his idea of the talented 10th, and this whole concept of needing to have a seat of elitism that can sort of trickle down progress and results. And we need to be super combative with the system and just kick in doors and demand A, B, and C. And what they didn't do is read between the lines between what Booker T. Washington was doing at the time and what he was saying open in the public. We have to remember this is the era of the 3K camp right now. They're busy going around, hiding in plain sight. You've got organizations such as the White Shirts, the Red Shirts. No, they were called the White League, sorry. And the Red Shirts. You've got these midnight marauders that are dragging congressmen and all sorts of people, out from their houses in the middle of the night and threatening, if you run again or if you vote, you're done. Beating kids, people showing up missing. It's just legit textbook terrorism. And what Booker T is doing is he's making connections with people who've got a lot of power and influence. And he's teaching Black folks skill sets. He's teaching Black folks how to start and build infrastructure from scratch so that they don't need to actually use government assistance for anything. Trying to keep things as low a profile as possible. But then here you got W.E.B. Du Bois trying to front like, oh, he being soft on these white folks. He's not making enough noise as he should. He's putting us off as meek and weak. Meanwhile, he's having conversations and folks in his camp are managing to find ways of speaking with the idea and the likes of J. Edgar Hoover and institutions that are coming from the Department of Justice, who ironically were originally sent there to protect our interests as Black folks. We see it slowly become weaponized against us in the form of not just the FBI, but then we fast forward a little bit more and we get into the likes of Marcus Garvey, who, in trying to find Booker T, wants to put forward a means by which he can move forward with this ideology and start what he was just talking about right now. Gigi was just talking about right now with this idea of nation building. Again, in the face of so many people saying, no, our ancestors were here, we worked hard, we built this, A, B, and C, but understanding that as nations are becoming and embracing the first industrial revolution, that there's an opportunity for the Black demographic to embrace science as a means of empowerment and linking up with the most resource-rich location on Earth, which is the continent of Africa. Something we already had a genetic and a blood right to. And everybody under the sun was catching wind of that. I think people need to consider what the UNIA really looked like at this time. How organized Garvey could really just get the baseline, run-of-the-mill, individual African-American and see them as something more than that. You get in this era, throughout the idea of Jim Crow, why he made the red, black, and green flag. And it was that song that came up that said, everybody has a flag but the Negro. And so Garvey was like, all right, well, I'm going to make this. Now the Negro has a flag. We were getting those baseline ingredients that we needed to actually experience that self-determination that's required for a group of people to orient themselves in a stance by which they can then launch an agenda. And it begins to culminate in the understanding of his final project, the Black Star Line, a means by which we can take goods that we can refine here and trade them for raw materials on the continent of Africa. And it takes the rise of J. Edgar Hoover and the infiltration of this organization by COINTELPRO, which hounds us from the very beginnings of this, all the way to the elimination of the Panthers, to include and not be limited to what we see happening with Malcolm X, what we then see happen with Dr. Martin Luther King, the harassment that he undergoes, the surveillance that goes down with regards to that. the political setup that takes place to hinder the efforts predominantly of Black men taking initiative to push back against this goofy system. And at the same time, we're dealing with the institutionalized ideology of racial hygiene. This concept that's rooted in a socialist, not socialist, but born from the social scientific ideology rooted and encouraged by progressivism, started by Theodore Roosevelt, that for a nation state to be beneficial, so that it can avoid the eventual fall that all nations experience, that it needs to ensure that its population is able to expand and grow. And that in the wake of this, the philosophy that's animating this is this idea of species, natural selection, and evolution. And their understanding of this is the fact that, yes, natural selection takes place, and the idea that there's survival of the fittest. But these sociologists take a look and take a measure from the lenses that they've been prescribed. And they're animated by this race idea still. And they're going, listen, those that we consider imbeciles and undesirable, those that are of the lower class, lower caste, lower tier, are the main ones over reproducing that we identify as least fit. And those at the top that should be procreating more aren't. And so begins this idea of eugenics, this concept of having a positive modality, a way to increase those that are desirable and have them procreate more, and then a negative iteration of it to hinder the progress, to hinder the reproduction of those that are unwanted. And guess who was day one, square one, top of that list? Black folks. And it becomes the scientific apparatus under which the Black community is then targeted by policy and enforced by the scientific undergoings and understandings of eugenics. And it starts and it has this theme of procreation and sex, which essentially reinforces what Sandog was talking a little bit ago as to how Black men get caricaturized into these sexual predators, these sexual monsters that are going to run the risk of driving down humanity with our in progressing genes that just hamper and lower the human race. This is where we get policies like the bell curve, policies and concepts and tests that test for IQ, your intellectual quotient. All of these systems that come up with the way of backwards justifying the way they've been treating our demographic from the onset. It becomes, well, we're doing this to save the country and the nation and mankind. It becomes a moral obligation to stifle our numbers. It becomes a moral obligation to keep us in a particular location and place, hearkening to the racial etiquette modality. It furthermore boosts and contributes to this idea of racial superiority. It gives rise to a lot of the arguments experienced by the Nazi regime. Hitler's work, Mein Kampf, or My Struggle, is preeminent with this idea. It touts and misappropriates Nietzsche's idea of the Übermensch, the superior man, in the wake of not having God present anymore in the mythos and ethos of the general person. Because the nation state and technology has now taken over these things, and through science, humanity is enlightened to the idea of science and what next. Now it's this concentrated idealism to become the Superman, the Übermensch. And what is the ideal expression of that? The Germanian individual that's running in the wilderness of Europe somewhere, and the majestic, blonde-haired, blue-eyed looking European. And here we go with this whiteism being deified, scientifically reinforced. It's probably an act of God as to why this new political movement in employing this racial identity and the power of the state in the form of progressivism, aka fascism, didn't take control of the entire world. I think it was a fluke. Luckily, it died just as quickly as it developed, essentially in its infancy. But shadows of that continued on through the policy. It fit like a glove in America, where we have a corporate model which matched the plantation model, which morphed into the industrial corporate model that we still see today. This idea of patriarchy being put front and center, even though simultaneously we're seeing a matriarchy modality being put forward in the form of not just women's suffrage, but later on, in the cherry on top being the hijacking of Title VII, adding political power to this, leading to where black men now get charged with somehow being the hegemony that runs this just because we've got a Y chromosome, because we're male. Even though we were the disproportionate and asymmetrical targets of these eugenics programs. You guys heard about the Tuskegee experiments. You guys know about medical apartheid. You guys understand the way we get treated in the medical field. You saw this happen when they rolled out those vaccines for the C-19, who was being disproportionately targeted for these experiments to roll it out first. These are modalities that haven't gone anywhere, and they underpin the current of a lot of our policy making. And it's really frustrating when none of these things get identified for what they are, which is nothing more than a scientific justification to continue social dominance order. And we still don't have any pushback on that.
Well, you got some pushback, but the pushback is not. It's not meticulous. It's not targeted in a specific, precise kind of way. What you have is black people, man, just reaching and grasping for air, and we're not learning from the thinkers of the past, because many of them already predicted what would occur. Indeed. And they already knew. But going back to Booker T and W.E., I think they both have their virtues. I think you needed both. However, because I don't like to think in either or terms about this. I think that what W.E.B. Du Bois was arguing for was respectability politics, and also acknowledgement and recognition of the full humanity of black folks. Booker T. Washington, basically was like, I don't give a fuck if you like us or not. We just need to be able to have our own, in industries, and we need to be able to do. He's working at a time in which there is full scale, American apartheid. These are the facts. Okay, so we need to get busy with learning how to create our own industries. We need our own movie theaters. We need our own bus lines. We need our own plumbers, pipe fitters. We need our own iron workers. We need people who can build infrastructure so we can improve the quality of our own lives on our own terms. Since you don't want us around, we got to do this for ourselves. So we better get busy learning how to do it. Okay, we can't expect for an Irish plumber to come into our neighborhoods and to fix our plumbing. We can't expect for a white electrician. Electricity had just come to the fore around, I guess the time that these men were living. But the whole point is we can't rely on Europeans to build our infrastructure for us. We got to build it for ourselves. And plus, we've already been actively involved in developing their infrastructure for them, without being compensated, proportionate to our our input. But, I would say, we just look at America now. Bruh, it doesn't matter if you white or black. No, like the industry is run by the 20. Like, if you want to start talking about Pareto, like the idea of mom and pops and, individual thrift and like local businesses and shit like that, man, those are done, bro. Yeah. Like, think about it. If you want a TV, like when I was young, there used to be TV shops and shit.
Facts.
Where you go get a TV now? Walmart. Target. You buy it online from Amazon. You know
Oh,
what I'm
that
saying? Like,
streamline. Yep.
if you want, like when I was young, if you wanted a washing machine, you could go to Sears. You have does Sears even exist anymore?
I haven't seen one in a minute, fam. I really haven't.
Like, I mean, you used to go, you used to be able to go to Sears and buy a washing machine or a dryer, you know, and get hardware tools and shit like that. There used to even be like local hardware stores. Not to say that there aren't any at all, because there are, but not like there used to be.
Correct.
There used to be shoe shops and television repair shops and shit like that, and you know, cobblers and stuff like that. This shit doesn't exist anymore, bro. So now you got these mega, you know, markets, supermarkets and shit like that, or mega appliance franchises. Yeah, the local industry doesn't exist anymore. And one of the things I could say that worked to our advantage during segregation was that we developed parallel institutions to white people. After the Civil Rights Act and integrationism became a goal, we lost all that. Like, the parallel institutions are gone.
Immediately.
They're done. I mean, like, you know, like black bus lines, black movie theaters,
Grocery stores.
black grocery stores. Those are pretty much done. Like, if you go to the hood today, you call somebody to come fix your plumbing, man, it's gonna be a white dude. That's the only time he comes to the hood. Come fix your shit, and he's trying to hightail it out of there real quick. If you want to buy some hardware, where you go? Lowe's, or you going to what they call that shit, Home Depot.
Right. Lowe's and Home Depot.
Like, I mean, Central Hardware used to be the shit.
Okay, but who's the main ones building now?
So, like, I mean, and the economy moved away from an industrial base to a service base. Like, how long can you keep up a service based economy, bro? That's one thing. I'm not an economist, but I fail to see how over the long run an economy can be supported merely by means of service.
Again, man, like it's about the utility of profit, right? Who can't remember that plantation model, man? What you know? What your rappers say? Addicted to the game. So you know, okay, for a time I can go to China, or shout out to the North Atlantic Free Trade Agreement, right? I could go to other parts of North America where labor is very cheap and I can enjoy a higher utility of profit, right? And so again, so you have to remember, now your slaves are also consumers. They're not just, like I said, they're not just workers. And so all you do for the most part is shift the industrial base. You just shift it around. And so when we're broken, we become third worlders and everything else, then the factories will come back, right?
Because it's cheap enough.
Because we'll be the cheap labor for Africa, India, or whoever's in power at the time. So what you have to remember, man, is that so even when you talk about the birth of black nationalism, when you look at Marcus Garvey, right, and so again you have the Black Star shipping line that he wanted to start. You had the Negro Factories Corporation that was in what? America, the West Indies, and Africa, and there was grocery stores, restaurants, and these other types of things, and then you get the Bureau of Investigation, which will become the FBI, which will actually come in and sabotage Black Star shipping, and then get Garvey deported on fraudulent charges, and as we say, the rest is history. And so there are other groups there, but I will cover them later in regards to black nationalism. But the issue is, and it goes back to what I said when I came into the space, is that we don't understand institutions and we don't understand compartmentalization. So like I said, when I was in the Army, I was in armor branch, right? The sub branch of that is cavalry. So if you look at Black America, the Black people who are in armor branch think that that's the complete solution. The Black people that are in the medical corps think that's the complete solution. The Black people that are in the signal corps, communications, think that's the complete solution. When technically speaking, all of these things are supposed to work in tandem. So So when you look at Garvey, Du Bois, and Booker T. Washington, these were all solutions that were designed to work in tandem. So if you look at what Booker T. Washington was doing, Booker T. Washington was in a sense trying to Booker T. Washington was putting us on a trajectory the same way you have Chinatown now, where Booker T. Washington wanted to take us was to Little Africa, right? To understand. So like think about like the Asians for an extent, like for a long time, right? They flew under the radar. They built their little economic bases and conclaves. You got our little Chinese school in Chinatown and everything like that. And again, and so what Booker T. Washington was talking about was, hey, fly below the radar and build an economic base. Then you could get into the stuff that W.E.B. Du Bois were talking about. And then add on to Marcus Garvey, right? So let's say for the people in the continent, right? They have the raw materials, we refine it, right? So just think about it, right? If you would have had like the Nation of Islam. So the Nation of Islam also believed, like the UNIA, that you should have your own state. So the Nation of Islam wanted the black state to be like Alabama, Georgia, those places, if not all of it, right? And so imagine if you're successful at all those things, and so you have these four different ideologies or these solutions that actually really work in tandem. And so what happens is that we live in a world, and it's also reflective of American foreign policy, just like I said. We live in a world where people don't understand institution, compartmentalization, and political or economic nonsense. And so as a result, we missed out on it. So even for African Americans, I'll never forget, I was in a chat with BGS, and, you have people say, well, Barack Obama did nothing for black people. And we're like, well, what did you ask him for? That's one. And then the second thing is, again, so Barack Obama is on, what Charlemagne the God, right? And, he's like, could you do more for black people? And Barack Obama said flat out, we don't exist in numbers and circles of power. He said, I had to function the way I did because we don't exist in those numbers. So I'm paraphrasing, but the fact that you wanted me to come in as the first black president and roundhouse Castle Grayskull to make the drawbridge fall down so we can all go in, that's not it, right? So collectively, African Americans are not engaged in circles of power, especially when you look at our history, man. When you talk about voting, man, you better bum rush those damn local and state, those local and state elections, right? Because again, I know, spoiler alert, right? But those local and state elections you don't participate in is how you get private prisons, how you get the corrupt judges, your district judges, and everything else, because you're not participating in it. You have no idea who these people are, what they think, and how they operate. And so, like I said, so when you look at the three figures, and this is something I believe that will come to haunt or hurt Black America from the civil rights era all the way till today. It's that there's at least from my perspective, there's a lot of messiah complexes going around. When ultimately, man, look, at the end of the day, like I said, you have different schools of thought and different ideologies that are designed to work in tandem. So, and so when you look at the UNIA or the Nation of Islam, right, their ideologies are conservative, right? And then you have other groups, maybe the Black Panthers or whoever, whose ideologies may be a tad bit more liberal. But at the end of the day, man, we have to get out of the idea that your ideology or your perspective is the religion that everybody needs to follow. When technically speaking, these other groups of people are parts of a puzzle, or other groups of people or other people are parts of a puzzle, and you need to put this shit together to form the bigger picture.
I think that's the advantage in understanding, when I talk about the verbal martial art that I'm putting together and I get into sword form 5, which is power versus force. And the metaphor I try using to really elaborate on that concept is that force is an additive force or an additive energy that finds the greatest level of effect with proper timing. Whereas power is a multiplicative force that finds its strength over time in being able to outscale others around it. So the metaphor is a 1 with 10 to represent force, but then 10 people with 1 as a demonstration of power. And the difference between the two is whenever you've got someone that's only using force, subtraction takes them out. But when you're dealing with power, you've got to divide it in order to address that. And that has generally been our problem. We've been subject to playing an additive game when everyone else is playing multiplication. And so we get outscaled in these environments. We get these singular individuals that once you apply subtraction, they're gone and that's it. All the peripheral networks that were added on top of that to make that occur, they're not able to support the whole. And if we don't have a culture of supporting the whole, and what I mean by that is we understand that Black is a forced classification. And I know people like making these statements of we're not a monolith. But the Art of War states very clearly that on deadly ground, you fight. And it directs those that are fighting opponents that they're surrounding it, that they're engaging in, that are on deadly ground. It warns never to surround an opponent, especially an opponent attempting to make their way home, because then they'll fight with every last vestige of the energy that they have left just to get back. And the key to attacking a force that's on their way home is to surround them partly, but leave a way out. And that way out becomes a kill corridor where one by one, folks start trying to leave. Because they believe that there's an escape modality, people are not fighting to their fullest potential. It's because we don't understand that, yes, some of us can make it on our own. If you do whatever, you can get by as an individual. But at the end of the day, you're being kept out of those spheres of power. You're not being given the opportunity to see the bigger picture, to recognize that you're on deadly ground. So you get picked and pieced apart one by one by one by one. And for all the effort we do, for all the amount of force that we can acquire as individuals, which, mind you, other groups of people probably would have never made it this far like this. Our greatest strength is the fact that we can survive on our own, but our greatest weakness is the fact that we can survive on our own. And it keeps us from being able to employ these modalities of power. Instead, we use force. And unfortunately, we're even at this point losing our ability to use timing so that we can apply force correctly.
Yeah, I had a. Go ahead.
I'll say this, right? So, because the next time we get together, I want to pick it up from World War II and take it through the civil rights era, right? And so, for me, like I said, I'm going to say this, and like this will be a part of a closing for me. There was obviously a nameless protagonist that existed in the early 1900s, right? I'm trying to find his name. And this is what he said. He said about Black veterans. He said, Black veterans are now new men and world men, and their possibilities for direction, guidance, honest use, and power are limitless. Only they must be instructed and led. They have awakened, but they haven't awakened to the complete conception of what they awakened to.
Facts.
Yeah, but I think we like Black people mystify what power inheres in. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think part of the reason that we do what we do and we keep going in circles chasing our tails is because of what you mentioned earlier. We don't build institutions. We expect the Messiah to come along and save us. We expect, white people to do the right thing, but we don't self-govern. Even Nameless said this the last time we were on, or maybe you were on another show, I think, and I was listening to you say something about Ferguson and how you got a majority of black people there, but they don't control the reins of government there.
Nope.
And the reason that they don't is because black people, like most Americans, have basically come to perceive their democratic participation as existing and adhering solely in voting during, election cycles. That's not going to cut it. That's not how the machine actually works. That's not the grease that keeps the machine going and the wheels turning. What keeps the wheels turning is micro input into the direction of the maintenance of the machine. But we don't realize that. Everybody wants to be the big chief kahuna, the big chief chapatulas, like the one running shit. I'm the alpha. What these people do is they create bureaucracies, okay? And they create small and technocratic institutions, and they keep the thing, the machine going in that way. We don't, what's the use of voting during the election time and no voting, no vucking, if that's all you ever do? That's like going to Walmart and picking out a pair of socks or some shit. Like, that's not democratic participation and involvement. That's not you being a citizen or a statesman. Black people don't even have, I was telling a friend of mine, frat brother as well, that black people don't even have neighborhood block captains and shit, where they come together and they make decisions about what they're going to do collectively as a block. Like, white people have been doing this shit to keep ward us off for decades. Okay? Restrictive covenants, they had meetings with each other, and they decided upon what methods they were going to utilize in order to create cohesion in their communities at the micro level. We don't do any of that. What do? We do nothing but go vote. And we basically buy into the ideologies that are given to us by, magazine shows like Fox News or MSNBC or CNN. What's happening at the micro level? You have a better chance at democratic participation in your local community than you do by going to vote during an election cycle.
Especially in a district where you're the majority.
The citizens of Ferguson could have a whole fucking brand new police department and get what they want if they just came out and basically decided that we're going to govern our community. We're not going to let these a small number of white people govern us.
Correct.
Well, Blexit, I get it. I mean, I'm not saying that there doesn't exist at all any group of people who have neighborhood watches that are black people. But I'm saying by and large, that's not our operating practice. If it was, it would be more common because here's how this is how this happens, right? If you want bottom-up control of government, you have to have bottom participation in government. That way, you are able to be, in terms of degrees of separation, closer to your representative, your alderman, your mayor, your governor, your representatives. But if you don't demand anything of these people because you're not organized, why would they listen to you? Many of these people come out and they give speeches and they say, this is why you should vote for me. And they appear, like fucking Bigfoot or Yeti or some shit. They come out every now and then. It's very rare that you see them, though. It's like the fucking Loch Ness monster or some shit. They come out every now and then, show their face when they want something, and then they go back and they do what they do. And they appeal to the people who have power. Okay? And they know that the only thing that you'll require is a nice speech. That's it.
Correct.
I want to use a quick anecdote to support that, though, because it's a big deal. Like, and I'll make this a minute. In the DMV where I was at, there was an ordinance that was put forward by the mayor. They needed to get more taxes from the baseline there. And, in the District of Columbia, they kind of operate a little bit differently. And so you already know that at this time period, DC is still a majority black city. The problem was when they made that decision to increase the property tax, when they had the town hall meeting, everybody was there having that conversation. And what was happening is the business owners were petitioning against that. They said, look, if we increase the taxes, I'm going to have to go up on the prices of my goods. And the decision was, okay, submit an appeal. And what we'll do is we'll give you a grant in the amount of the taxes. So you pay it front and you'll get it refunded back. That way they wouldn't have to go up on their prices. Well, guess who wasn't there in that conversation? The majority of black businesses in the DMV, come to find out, were pretty much hair and beauty locations. And so right now, and maybe it's changed, but as of when I was still there, going back to 2018, it ended up going through to where everybody got that, but these particular businesses and most black businesses. And so when that tax came through, it got so bad, it's almost $30-something to get a simple shape up and haircut in most barbershops in DC. And it stayed that way for an extremely long time. That's something crazy. That was perfectly avoidable, but ended up being the case. Okay, well, Southchick's confirming it's still expensive. If you want to get your haircut, people just go to either Maryland somewhere or in Northern Virginia. They're going to Springfield, Woodbridge, Arlington, Fairfax, somewhere around there. No one's wanting to get their haircut in DC. And it's messed up for folks that have to get a license there now, because a lot of people, they can make good money using that skill set. And here you are, you got to charge this much because it costs so much to stay there just to do business. And so when you have these scenarios go up, we're not there for those conversations because, like you described, we're not there at that local level participating at that chairman, that administrative, that executive, that local sign up on the damn website and pay the freaking $300, $400 fee to run dynamic. It's not even that hard to get a lot of these positions. There's some people that are sitting there because they're just running uncontested. And that's all we would have to do in a lot of these areas we're in. Go ahead, fam.
But I'll say this, though. The average white person is the same way.
Facts.
The average white person buys into the same political, modality, to borrow a term from you. And there's a reason for this. I did a show about this a long time ago, and I had a conversation about what democracy looks like for the average American and the people who push for it to be the way that it is. So, I mean, when you start talking about, I'm trying to get my memory correct here so I don't misquote, but James Madison, Jefferson, the whole group of people, they didn't really like democracy. I mean, we're touted as this democratic country, but they didn't like democracy. John Witherspoon, he didn't like it at all. They thought it was tyranny. And so what they wanted was a system in which people would perceive government activity as like a consumer type of activity, where you go out, you vote for what you want based upon your own personal proclivities, and that's pretty much the extent of your democratic participation, okay? But, my problem with that, and philosophers call it a market-based model of political activity, the market model, okay? My problem with that is, look, when you're making political decisions, you have to factor others in mind, not just yourself, because the things that you vote for are going to have an impact on people above and beyond just you. And this is one of the reasons why I don't like identity politics, because it kind of reduces to a market model of democracy. Now, if you want to buy you know, Levi's versus what's another popular brand of jeans now? Fuck, I don't know. Shit. Or if you want to buy Jordans or Nikes versus Reebok, who cares? But if you're making a decision that's going to have an impact on somebody above and beyond just you and your demographic, then you need to at least be able to think from a general perspective. But we don't do that. Not in this country. Nobody gives a fuck about anybody but themselves. And so, you know, but except for black men, because we're not even in the game, bro. That's the issue with us. We don't even play the game. But, and many of us can't play the game because we've been, you know, relegated to a status that makes us, you know, exempt from the voting process or being able to participate in government in a market-based way. Like how many felons are in the black male population now who have their voting rights revoked?
I think it's something goofy like 15 to 20%. It's dumb.
You know, I mean, who needs a poll tax or a grandfather clause when you can just lock some motherfuckers up and take away their right to vote? But this goes back. I would have to go into ethics and Immanuel Kant on why it's the case that, you know, like if you're gonna develop, you know, a policy, you got to develop a policy that's generalizable. You can't make one that just only fits into you and your demographic and just yourself. You shouldn't, okay? But that's the game everybody else is playing. So going back to game theory, if that's what everybody else is doing, then we have to look out for ourselves. That's my only thing. Like, but it's a tentative kind of strategy predicated upon what, you know, everybody else around us is doing. And if we don't do anything, I mean, hey, if you feel like voting for either a Democrat or a Republican at this point is going to get you what you want, is going to improve your condition, I don't know what type of cannabis you smoking, but can you please forward some to me? Can you please mail some to me if you know, if you really believe that? Because at the current moment, we get nothing done. We're not organized. And there's the potential for us to be organized, but it all depends on what it is that we desire and what we want. I just feel like, come on, bro. Like, what do we really want?
Real quick, I got the data on this.
Before you say anything, though, the manosphere could be a place, a springboard for quite a bit of things, but damn, man, like, I think that predominantly we use it just to complain about women and shit, bro. And not to say that feminism is not, off limits, but god damn, man, like women this, women that. Why women are this way? Why women are that way? Like, huh? Like, who gives a fuck, bro? Like, why are we constantly talking about women and what they're doing and like the mindset of a modern woman this and the woman that? I get it. I understand. But it has to be able to translate into some sort of modification of family law. It has to be able to translate into our attempt to try to modify criminal law, to develop an agenda that works for us, that we can, ask politicians like, okay, these are some of the things we want if you want our vote. Otherwise, I feel like black men should just, start being independent.
Yeah.
Political Mandalorianism.
Like, hey, like why not just become independents and say, okay, this is what we want. Independent party, will you give it to us? And then use that as a means by which to try to get the two major political parties to, actually, try to court and curry favor with us.
Right.
He says it's not going to happen. But I guarantee you this, at some point, white men will end up getting what they want. Yeah. At some point. These dudes, man, look, white dudes right now are complaining like a motherfucker. I mean, think about it. Just look all over YouTube and just look at how they're getting crucified at the current moment. As soon as they wise up, they'll begin to change some shit, you know. But you know, I say what black men need to do. That's look. Everybody fails, you know. Like nothing beats a failure but a try. You ever heard that phrase?
That's true.
Like, I mean, so in other words, it's just, you know, like, oh, fuck it, we do nothing, just sit on our scrotums and complain and bitch incessantly, or we try to make something happen. One thing for certain is you can't win the game if you don't play the game. That's a fact. But most men don't even want to play the game. You got to play the game in order to win it. That's like trying to, you know, like even something as ridiculous as the lottery. Like, oh, okay, fuck it, you know, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna be a millionaire. How you gonna win if you don't buy a ticket? I mean, you're not likely to win, but the one thing's for certain is you will not win if you don't buy a ticket.
I concur.
But I mean, you know, like right now, Keep It 100 says men rights activists have failed. It's time to bounce. We've done this long enough, but I don't think we've done anything after the civil rights movement. Like, what major political push have black people made aside from the intersectionalists? What major political push have we made in any regard since then?
I think the springboard is this space itself.
Yeah, because we've never had an opportunity to do this before. Like, what I mean by that is, you know, to really get an understanding of our condition. Because like you said, like, if you don't understand yourself, your condition, and you definitely don't understand the condition of your opponent, how in the world are you supposed to even affect any action against them that's supposed to be successful by any metric? I don't see it. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. I haven't seen any opportunity where the majority of black men can sit down and take stake of their actual condition. I mean, I just put a link in the chat right here, you know, to really put the numbers out there. It's showing we estimate 3% of the total U.S. adult population and 15% of the African-American adult male population has ever been sent to prison. But then people with felony convictions account for 8% of all adults and 33% of the African-American male population. It's freaking crazy. And we know that once you have that...
1/3 of the black male population has felonies.
Exactly. How in the world are we supposed to... It's effectively no different than damn near... It is the only form of legal discrimination supported by the 13th Amendment. I mean... No, we need to take stake of our condition. And every time we hear these points, they're being used to weaponize against us. But I don't think we sit down and think about the ramifications of that, man. They don't even mention women in that study. It's not even anywhere near close to that. Go ahead, family.
But like, you know, at the end of the day, you know, my viewpoint on like political mobilization is this. Black people have done it before. And they actually have moved the needle. But you can't stop. It's almost as if to say, you know, fuck it, capitulate. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay.
The problem is you're being lazy. Again, the cost of freedom is vigilance. So I will tell you again, one of the things that is constantly going in any military operation, the one thing that constantly does not stop is security. Yep. Security is so you maintain 360 degrees of security. So even before you cross the line of departure, right, you're in something called an assembly area, and you're doing what we call priorities of work. Everything you need to get ready for the mission. And even in your assembly area, you got sectors of fire, you got objective rally points. You have rally points in case you're hit with artillery and everything else. So security is security is a constant. And so again, you know, it just goes back to why those state and local elections are like I said, are so important or, or whatever comes on C-SPAN where you live, all of that stuff is important, because at the end of the day, the American people in general, but to include African Americans, you've forgotten that these people are your representatives. They're not your rulers, right? So I remember in the 2016 election, and I was watching Roland Martin, and Donald Trump had came on. He said, well, what is his plan for black people? And I was like, well, for black folk, that's what he said. What is his plan for black folk? And I'm like, fam, what are your plans for yourself? Like, you know what I'm saying? Walmart or none of these guys are sitting around waiting for something to be dictated to them. They're already lobbying for what they want out of the system before the person gets in office, and they're talking to both sides simultaneously, right? Mm-hmm. So hey, if this guy wins, we get this, and this. If this guy wins, we get, like I said, we get this, and this. And so at the end of the day, man, you're going to have to kind of like, shed that ignorance, and whatever institution is by you or close to you, you need to go into them and learn, and then to Gigi's point, own, operate, and control them. You know what I'm saying? From soup to nuts. And that's basically what it is, man. We have to be, like I said, we have to be vigilant.
And like I'm just reminded by the poem "See It Through." When you're up against the trouble, meet it squarely face to face.
Yeah.
Lift your chin, set your shoulders, plant your feet, and take a brace. When it's vain to try and dodge, you do the best that you can do. You may fail, but you may conquer. See it through.
Yeah.
Black may be the clouds about you, and your future may seem grim, but do not let your nerve desert you. Keep yourself in fighting trim. If the worst is bound to happen, in spite of all that you can do, running from it will not save you. See it through.
Yeah.
Black may be the clouds about you, and your future may seem grim, but do not let your nerve desert you. Keep yourself in fighting trim.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean,
That's facts.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's it. Yeah, but that's what, yeah.
On deadly ground you fight. It's that simple. There's no other choice. And I think that's really the message I want to get across, if nothing else. And I know it sounds hyperbolic and blah, blah, blah. Look at the numbers. You are on deadly ground. And even though your own legislation is being weaponized against you, if you can't make it out of here, you still have to come up with a response. And when you're in a situation where you have no choice but to fight, you must take initiative. And the only way you can do that is if you can take measure of yourself and take measure of your opponent. You don't have the option of being normal. You don't have the option of being able to float into the ambiguous definition of citizen, because this place has made it very clear that you're not the default.
And what separates us from any other demographic in this country is, man, we have a legal record of violations going back for 500 years.
Yep.
I mean, no other demographic. White men can't say that. White women can't say that. Gay people can't say that. Trans people can't say that. We can say that. We can make a moral and a political argument. We're among, the Native Americans can do it, but not like we can do it. I mean, they can. They have a legitimate claim like that because some fucked up shit happened to them. But I'm just saying, there's a lot that we can stand on in order to combat some of these, ideologies that are used in order to try to, caricaturize us as being regressive. And I thought that the time was directly after the Black Lives Matter movement started, and black men in the manosphere had began to, speak up and say some shit. But, we just sat on our hands. I wanted to do a documentary only because I felt like it, think about it. Candace Owens is coming out with a documentary right now talking about BLM.
Yeah.
We should have been doing that. Not just with BLM, no, but just exposing all the facts with the biggest scholars that we got. Just basically speaking, on issues related to us.
Yeah.
We just lost out on the opportunity. Not to say that would have moved the needle all the way. It would have been a start. But like, if we don't start putting our money where our mouth is and start, investing in our own agency, we may as well, like you said, we may as well call it a wrap. And I don't have a problem with complaining about women and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got a whole bunch of complaints. But what the fuck is that gonna change?
Correct.
Like, I just don't see it changing anything. Like, at the end of the day, who are the most paid motherfuckers in the manosphere?
Fair enough.
Who are the most paid motherfuckers in the manosphere? And don't tell me they actually, like, they gonna be in Congress and shit talking about black male issues and shit. Like, they're experts on talking about black male issues, but they ain't even black males.
Facts.
I'm just saying. But they getting paid the most from the space. I ain't hating on them. I'm just saying, like, this is where we at. Because men, typically, all they want to do is see something hot anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's that trust paradigm, right?
They just want, they want to get paid.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's, but that's the thing, man. Like I said, like for me, like I said, in terms, like I said, because I want to pick this up again, like I said, starting from World War II, and then going through the entire, like I said, and going into the entire civil rights era, and then you can see where our splits on ideology, and and the kind of like our dysfunction with maintaining institution, right, or apprenticeship. So like even in even in hip hop, right, like for me, like who would be Q-Tip's apprentice? Like who's somebody that's like a student of hip hop or a Tribe Called Quest that would keep it going, right? So at the end of the day, a Tribe Called Quest could actually be a mantle. It doesn't even have to be a group of guys, and it's something that again, it's something that's handed down, like a title, like a name, junior, or whatever the case might be. And so we don't, like I said, on a small scale, we don't apprentice each other, and then on a larger scale, we're not building or like I said, or maintaining those institutions. And you can, like I said, you can only get so far in doing that when historically speaking, your state has disenfranchised you. So even when you go into the book, The Peculiar Institution of Slavery, it talks about how at the end of the day, this system wants you dependent on it, right? So even now, allegedly, that is supposed to be long gone, right? You could go, the institution of slavery is supposed to be long gone, but there are still people out there that want you independent on that system and that modality of thinking. And so, all I would say, man, is to the best of your ability, try to stay away from the way of that thinking, and then study our history, understand context, understand why, like I said, why things are the way they are. And I guarantee you, once you do that, right, you'll never, you can't unsee it, and you wouldn't approach things the same.
That's why I keep saying we're standing on deadly ground. I'm going to reiterate that over and over again, because I think it's probably one of the main things we continue to miss, and why I make statements like black men are prisoners of war and black women are in a state of just perpetual concubineship as the spoils of that war. And I'm not saying it to paint us as victims. I'm not saying we don't have any ability to exercise agency, etc. We do. Again, we see that opening. And we believe that because we can make it as individuals, that we're fine in aggregate, and that an aggregate of us doesn't even exist. When in reality, we're showing you throughout every point in history, throughout the entire context of America, we exist as a demographic. We are an assigned classification. We're not a monolith is fine for you to think on a relative level to yourself until somebody picks up the damn phone and calls the police on you. Again, nobody is saying, I see a carbon-based life form with black shoes on and a white shirt going down the street. They're saying, I see an African American first and foremost, and with it comes a laundry list of presuppositions. And so long as that's the case, so long as when you get the census that comes to you in the mail, and you're not checking off oxygen breathing organism, American, no one's check marking that. There's always going to be some modality of classification you're going to fit in. You're going to be identified as black. It is a real modality of delineation of organization. And your Y chromosome marks you as the target of asymmetrical, lopsided violence and exposure to power, period. If you don't find some sort of means of addressing it outside of just using force, which will not scale because force is additive, you need power, which is multiplicative. And the only way power respects power is if you realize, number one, you being your own demographic, meaning the person next to you, you do actually have a vested interest. Part of why you're being treated A, B, and C is because of the way they see somebody else that looks like you. And if you can't understand that that person on the news is through proxy you to the collective unconscious of this country, it's a problem. Whenever you leave this country, you kind of low-key realize that. It's why we always get mistaken for all kind of celebrities and crap when we leave the United States. At the end of the day, just because you identify with something on a relative level doesn't mean absolutely and in the micro scale, you aren't seen as a demographic. And you need to understand that everybody else has figured this point out. Please be proud of your accomplishments as an individual, but understand it does not exempt you from being classified in the aggregate and in the macro as being black, and more specifically as a black man. That matters. And I'm not trying to use a slogan, not hyperbole. It's not saying you're powerless. I'm saying you're on deadly ground, and whether you mean to or not, you are still in combat, and you need to respond accordingly because everybody has been acting and seizing power that has belonged to you from the very onset. You just haven't been able to play the game, so to speak. And it can start here. It just changes with the way you view your situation. And I promise you, if you can employ a little bit more of that trust and consider what you have to gain and lose, I think it may change your behavior for the better. And we can make use of the space while we have it. Because it's no guarantee we can even keep doing this for the next 5-6 years, given the way these laws are being put forward. Because there is definitely a war on masculinity. And we're being heralded as the demons of it, the embodiment of it. And we're trying to show you where that comes from. Because if you can use an idea to mitigate against an idea, you can at least get the breathing room to form a strategy and pose resistance and figure out how you're going to win.
Yeah, I think. Look, shout out to Stan Shelton. He says, "Love all three of you brothers. Love back to you, bro." Ad astra per aspera, man. You got to think that means something to me. You can go look up the definition of it, you know what I'm saying? But it's like we dealing with rough times, bro. It's a rough road ahead of us. But running from it is not gonna save us. Sitting on our scrotums, complaining about it ain't gonna save us. Actually, standing up and doing something about it. Which every successive step of hardship that we've been through, we've had a response. Some black man somewhere stood up and said, enough is enough, even if it didn't result in, the consequences and lead to, the victories that we wanted. It ain't that we haven't been in the fight. We might be getting our ass whipped, but you can't, when you stop swinging, it's like a shark when he stops swimming. He's dead.
Yeah.
Got to keep swimming.
Correct.
Even if you're swimming in an aimless direction, it's better to swim and stay alive than to just say, fuck it, I'm going to stop swimming and just sink.
Facts.
Like, hey, what they say, sink or swim. What you want to do?
You being charged for fighting anyway, so. And that's the point here.
And I don't mind. Look, I said a long time ago, like, we need to pay attention to public relations. I think that right now a lot of us are doing ourselves a disservice by continuing to keep up the banner about women over and over and over and over. It's bigger than them. I think that, our complaints about them are systems that, we're not able to decode and decipher. That's just my opinion about it. Women are always going to be irritants. I mean, like we're irritants to them. You understand what I mean? It's because we don't have the same viewpoint on everything in our lives, okay? Because we experience the world differently. But the irritants becomes injustice when you have an entire system that caters just to you and foregrounds you and your desires. That's a problem, and it needs to be corrected. And not no hatred for anybody. But it's like, okay, look, you can point out our shortcomings. You can point out everything we do that's wrong. You can point out our injustices and the things that we do that are immoral. But as soon as we begin to point the finger in another direction, oh my God, here we go. Now you're charging me with like violating the law or some code of morality, or like we're engaged in injustice. So all the shit you just did was just cool, huh? Yeah, I mean, it's like we're in a catch-22 only if we imagine ourselves to be limited and restricted by their morality. And the people who do speak out and speak up, we need to support them, even if we don't agree with everything they say. That's just how I feel. And then also, my last thought is, if black people could get away from the Messiah complex, like Sandog said earlier, and we could begin to understand that we need to fall back on institutions that we create for ourselves and recreate according to our own dictates on an ongoing basis and keep it open, because that's what they do. You think white people agree with each other?
No.
Of course
no,
not.
They don't agree with each other. They have no agreement, man. Like, you can go, bruh, I done sat on committee meetings. We done had like conversations longer than this one about who we gonna fucking hire. Like, dude, like, man, are we gonna sit here and talk about this shit, man, forever? Like, I mean, like, is there gonna be like a compromise here? Like, I've been in frat meetings that lasted like forever, and motherfuckers I got a motion. Bro, like, man, fuck that motion, man. Like, it's time to drink some brews and eat some chicken or something, man. Not to say the business doesn't need to get done, but nobody agrees. There's not perfect agreement in anything. You don't need consensus. All you need is the consensus to have the institution so you can make the collective decisions. That's what you need. That's what you need. They have them because they're statesmen, but we haven't learned the craft of statesmanship because we don't think we're worthy of it. That's the only thing I can think. We don't think we're worthy of being autonomous agents and governing our own lives.
That's heavy. I mean, what practice do we have, right? In the contemporary sense.
We have none. But I mean, Sandog was talking to me about Bushmen earlier and shit.
Yeah.
Those motherfuckers are. You can say what you want to about their, technological advancement, their cultural primitiveness, or whatever the case may be. One thing about it is they're self-governing. To the extent to which, they don't have other people lording over their situation. They're self-governing. But, we just like to turn up.
Yeah.
We there for the turn up. Where the chicken and the beer at, man?
Yeah, but you can't just you can't just show up for the party, man. There's a like I said, there's a hard work. So yeah, I forgot the name of the speech, right? But John F. Kennedy gives a speech about the American frontier. And what's interesting, he says our pioneers sacrificed their safety and comfort. Pause right there. Right? And so what happened with us and our demographic is that we are in a lot of safety and comfort. And so we don't say that or there's a feeling of safety and comfort. And in terms of, why we don't make certain moves or do certain things the way we would desire to do so.
These people got a whole fucking government, and they hate each other, but they got a government.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Because again,
hey, let me say that again, Sandog.
Yeah.
They don't like each other, man. They fucking went to war with each other, tried to murder each other.
Yeah.
They're not tried, they did. How many, like you quoted the stats, how many white men died in the Civil War, bro?
Well, how many in the Civil War?
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get my note.
How many white dudes died in the Civil War? They understood the value of government.
Just so you know, it's just over 600,000 deaths between Union and Confederacy.
That's over 500,000 people, man. That's a bloodbath for sure.
And then in some instances, estimates are as high later on after causes of what happened immediately after, going upwards of 1.5 million.
And then how many, were they ordered, the Southerners ordered to come report to Washington to be conciliatory so they can get on with business as usual? Like, how long did that take? In how many years? Less than 20 years?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Less than 20 years they was back at it.
Yeah.
After murdering each other. Over, like, how we gonna do this? We can't agree. We were using, each other at cross purposes politically. We can't work it out that way, so we gotta bang it out with guns and knives and shit like that, and explosives. Okay, well, we finally won, but, nobody's really a winner in this shit because we just got through murdering each other and shit, brother against brother. So, we better repair this shit. If these niggers, they got to be kept in a subservient position, well, then, that's what's got to be done. But we got to get on with the business of America, United States. And so they rebuilt their governments. Not to our benefit, but, to their own benefit. And then the question is, well, what's to our benefit? Well, I don't know. Well, I just want to vote for, who I like. That's a good politician there. Fuck that dude, man. You don't even know them dudes, half of these cats. Like, how many of you met Obama? Got the chance to chop it up with him and tell him what you like, what you don't like, what you want, what you don't want. Or even your mayor. This is the difference between contemporary market-based politics and the politics of the ancients. Them motherfuckers knew each other. In the city-state in Greece or some shit, them people knew each other. Oh, no, I don't like that. I don't think that's the right direction we need to move in. I'm not to say that there wasn't like wars amongst them. They had, like, even in Rome and in Greece, they had wars.
Correct.
Amongst each other, and tyrants and demagogues and shit like that. That's just part of the game. But like, if you ain't playing the game to win, what the fuck are you doing? You just playing the game to I'm just playing. Like I've done that several times. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a gamer. You ever play a video game and your mind ain't in it?
Yeah.
You just no intent to win. You know what I'm saying? You just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna play another round. It's like being at a poker table with high stakes and you like, you ain't on your A game.
Again, you don't know you're on deadly ground. What are you supposed to do then? Especially when you just get told, again, your model of manhood is 8 years old. You got told by your single mom you're the man of the house. I mean, what are people supposed to do? And I'm not saying that to be dismissive of the point. It just really upsets me when I look at the lack of institution building, because the way you build institutions is largely implicitly imposed by your culture. And it helps build the first institution, which is relationships, followed by family, then community. And we don't have any of those building blocks, especially in almost in this feedback loop of need ID to get ID, because we don't have trust. We're stuck on this compensatory ideology where we're permanently these teenagers. And I mean in aggregate, as far as the aggregate of our perspective of trying to constantly prove our manhood to our mothers as an apology for being born. And then, I'm digressing, but like, what model do we have to follow to even work with each other outside of gang culture, which serves as a pseudo initiation, prison culture, which serves as a pseudo initiation, in the military, which again serves as a pseudo initiation. And the only institution we've really been able to reliably lean in on to make real tangible results has been the military, starting from our experience in the Civil War. Every single time we get a main movement, all you got to do is follow black men in the military. And it seems to be the ebb and flow all the way up until the end of Vietnam. And when Vietnam seems to amusingly coincide with this hijacking of Title VII, and it's been a wrap ever since for us. We have deferred that understanding and assumed that to succeed, we just need to follow this ambiguous American model, and that if we go vote, we'll be okay. As long as we get a job and stay in our lane, we'll be okay. And every problem we experience comes from something systematic. And when we try to create these institutions, they're largely women and children, with men orbiting around these institutions as just resources providing vitamin D and ATM function. And people on occasion being added to other spheres of power, and those being torted in front of the media and whatever modality you can think of, and social media now, popular whatever, as they made it, so can you. Which it's not wrong, sure, but you don't get an institution out of that, especially one that is done with your interest, by you, for you, so you can actually employ resistance, put policy in place, organize. Just to organize is a damn problem. We can't even save money for things because we don't even trust each other with it. But we see these.
We hate each other if we got money.
Man, but look at that in contrast. You compare the gynocracy and the institution. Gigi, you've seen it. The institutions that they can build when. Look, take AKA and Delta. They fight like cats and dogs. What are they doing the moment they get off the campus and have to actually put something together and get involved in these floors of power that Dr. Claude Anderson talks about? Is the friction there the same way?
Well, man, that's just, man, look, I know Kappas, Alphas, Sigmas. I don't know too many iotas and shit like that. I not to say I don't acknowledge them, but I just don't know any. But, bruh, yeah, we talk shit about it, but like at the end of the day, you might work with a Kappa. What you gonna do? Shit on him because he a Kappa? You might talk shit to him, but I mean, he's your fucking colleague.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But like, women have the understanding that they're women. Right? And that they need to rally around the idea that they are women. Men don't have that. Like, when's the last time you said we're men, so we need to stick together?
Facts. It's we're men, so you need to figure it out on your own. And
which is the antithesis. This is the antithesis of virtue. I'm telling you, look, the word virtue comes from it's etymologically connected to the word vir, which means male. The first form of virtue is sticking together in war. That's where all the virtues from Greek society actually come from. If you study like virtue ethics, from a philosophical perspective in Western culture, it's all about the culture and morality of warriors, warrior citizens. That's all it is. Is it gender specific? It is, because it was created by a group of men who had a specific moral outlook related to their participation in the city-state or their tribe or whatever you want to call it. I mean, so it initially, like the Greek word for virtue is arete, which is etymologically rooted to the god Ares, which of course is the god of what?
Right, war. Shout out to him.
The god of war. So how can you get virtue from war? You get virtue from war for fighting virtuously to protect your turf.
Facts in the fellow man beside you.
That's where virtue comes from. Not some appeal to abstract ideas and qualities related to justice or to economic policy or to, you know, what kind of job you got. You know, like how much taxes you pay. That's not the root of it. Not to say that there's no connection to it at all, but I mean, the visceral connection is men protecting each other during a time of war. That's virtue. And unfortunately, we don't know what that's like because we never even been tested. Like, at least, you know, motherfuckers in gangs understand it to some degree. Or cats in fraternities who going through hazing processes, at least they understand it. Like, damn, I got to be there for my LB, or I got to be there for my gang member. What do we know about it? Like, what do we know about having to stand and fight with your brethren?
But that's the point.
Niggas, not to disrespect SYSBM, but it's like, okay, fuck it. I'm gonna walk off because I'm saving myself. No disrespect, but it's like, wait a minute. What about saving ourselves?
Yeah.
Like, because it's like, what do they call it? A prisoner's dilemma, but it's a negative prisoner's dilemma. I went over this with Marcus one time. It's like, okay, look. Imagine you got a saber-toothed cat, right? And y'all in the jungle and shit. And all you doing is looking out for you. Well, you know, it's likely that motherfucker's gonna kill both of y'all asses if you don't stand there and fight. Now, one of you stands a less of a chance fighting individually than you do fighting together in order to ward off the danger. This is what motherfucking tribal people do. They're like, fuck it, we're gonna create a consensus at this moment to ward off the problem, and then we can go on our own and do whatever the fuck we do. But like, we gonna stand here and fight. And if you don't, you're a coward. I mean, it's simple. I mean, like, but we don't even have that mentality. One of the things that this culture has done to us is it places virtue in professionalism. And not to say that there's not a virtue in it, but the earliest statesmen didn't just have professionalism in mind. That wasn't the extent to which their virtue extended. I mean, you know, I kind of used two words, you know, but there was something larger, more comprehensive than, well, I got a good job. I'm a man because I got a good job. I'm the highest quality of man because I make 100,000. When did that become the litmus test for a virtue of a man?
Shit, probably first industrial wave, and it's been downhill since.
Because to be quite frank, that's the market creates effeminate concepts of masculinity. Market-based masculinity is, from the beginning, it's been considered effeminate. The Greeks despised the shit. They called it, they was like, that's some bitch shit.
Actually, like, this was a thing in Japan too. They were really angry about that role, that when they demolished the role of samurai, that samurai would have to become merchants. It was seen as one of the most ridiculous things for a warrior to do.
Yeah, I mean, they like, the ancient Greeks was considered like, so you got a hierarchy in their culture, or like, I mean, any warrior culture for that matter, or a culture of men who extend beyond just market, you know, virtues or whatever. It's like, this is. I mean, like that's why in Germany they started exterminating like Jews. I'm just keeping it a buck. Like they're merchants and money turners and lenders and shit like that. They was like, oh, it's time to destroy them. They don't run this shit. We run it. And I know it's fucked up. I'm not saying it's acceptable, but I'm just saying like different cultures of people throughout time, like this whole concept of like wage earning and shit like that, and that being the extent of how you measure your masculinity. Nah, son, that no. No. But that's, if you listen to the average guy, he's going to be like, be on your purpose, get your bag. Am I wrong?
I mean, that's the rhetoric.
That's the extent of it. But in order to hold your money, you got to be ready to fight to hold it. Because somebody's going to try to take that shit. It's like being a bully, you know, confronting the bully at the lunch hour, you know, in the cafeteria when you in the 5th or 6th grade. And the motherfucker like, let me get them cookies. Hold on for a second. This is my dad. I got to answer this. Go.
But you said it, Sand Dog. Your capacity for peace is relative to your capacity for violence. I think that's what gets skipped over.
Yeah, man. There are steps. There's steps. Remember what we talked about before, man, an order of operations. So it's the same thing. And this is a constant in mathematics, and it's also a constant in any problem that you want to solve.
I'm sorry about the disruption. That was my father. If he calls, I gotta answer.
It's all good, family. It's all good, family.
Yeah. So I apologize for that, but it's not like I'm upholding the virtue of being tyrannical or being militaristic to your own population of persons or being bullies and being a standing army to your own citizenry or your own community. That's not the concept I'm trying to push. But what I am trying to push is that, you know, bro, like, and I understand BGS, he's like trying to throw off the socialization does take time. It does. But it's trying to reorient minds, trying to reshape minds. And one of the things, you know, if there's and I know I'm talking about philosophy a lot and white philosophy at that, so, you know, don't take it with a grain of salt. Don't take it too seriously. But they do have a philosophical movement called existentialism, okay? And it started with Soren Kierkegaard, was kind of picked up by Nietzsche, then picked up by people like Heidegger, Sartre, just picked up by like, you know, a lot of French guys or whatever the case may be. But at the root of what they were talking about was authenticity, right? Like, and authenticity to the extent of like, not just like, you know, following down somebody else's path, you know, like, who are you? It's like hip hop. Like, don't bite another motherfucking style or jack his swag and adopt it as your own. But like, what's good in life for you? Like, what's authentic for you? Yeah. Do what's best, you know, carve out a path. It doesn't mean being selfish, but it means being able to live within the context of others, being your authentic self. But right now, what we're engaged in is, you know, trying to live out what the propagandists tell us we need to live out in order to be successful. Like you ever seen the Rob Report magazine?
No.
Man, back in the day, that was like the magazine for luxury shit, like Rolexes, yachts.
So it was the cribs of today.
Airplanes and shit like that. Like right now, we getting a heavy dose, like a BGS said, man, like love and hip hop and shit like that. Like a lot of these girls' aspirations are to be like Kim Kardashian and shit, man.
Yep.
who basically sold a booty tape, us sucking Ray J's dick to get famous. Like, I just don't understand, like, what, like, the shit that men will accept nowadays. Like, Kanye, how can you be mad, dog? You married a woman, man, who came up off a sex tape. So you expect for her not to sell sex now, dog? That's what she does. And, you know, unfortunately, not to say that, like, back in the day, at least women did it somewhat in a classy way. This shit just rock gutter, like, you know, but I guess men are the same way, though. I guess we both this way, you know. But the culture has devolved. This ain't the Harlem Renaissance. This is not a Renaissance, man.
Well, isn't that the irony of the industrial wave? Like, the more sophisticated you get and the less you're rooted in purpose, the more you regress to a baser state. You know what I'm saying? At least that's what I see. It's just the more advanced. Go ahead.
No, but there's enemy in this system. Okay, there's, like, I was telling Sandal earlier, there's a philosopher, his name is Alasdair MacIntyre. Okay, and I'm trying to look him up now. Basically, Alasdair MacIntyre basically said, hey, look, bro, the way of life you live in America has been planned out for you. There's a space relegated for you to live in. And the question is whether or not you're going to offer any pushback. Because if you're authentic and you know that there's enemy, you got to do something to push back against this injustice, man. Even if just speaking about it is something that you do. Even if, because right now you got guys' heads getting chopped off just for talking.
Man.
Just for speaking. And I'm you know, so this is what MacIntyre basically says, right? That you got political life, right? And he says this, the rhetoric of and I'm quoting Alasdair MacIntyre. He says, the rhetoric of political life sometimes suggests otherwise. But there is a large gap between that rhetoric and the types of argument that are practically effective in contemporary politics. Conventional politics sets limits to practical possibility, limits that are characteristically presupposed by its modes of discourse rather than explicitly articulated. Now that's a lot of jargon, right? But it is therefore important in and to the political sphere that there should not occur extended argumentative debate of a kind that would make issues about these limits explicit and therefore a matter of further debate. So in other words, when you're even having political discussions, it's within a box. And the people who are engaged in these discussions try to limit it to the box, okay? When on occasion, some set of issues from outside politics, as it is now normally understood, seems to make reference to other principles, first principles, or inescapable arguments about things that are outside of the box. The task of the professionals of political life is to contain and domesticate those issues so that any political appeal to first principles, and what he's talking about here is Aristotelian, I don't want to get to that, but first principles does not become a philosophical debate about first principles. So you can't do meta argumentation about what's right or wrong, what's fair or unfair, what's just or unjust.
Is it wrong to drink this cup of water?
Well, is it wrong to even criticize women? Or is it wrong to criticize people who are gay?
Right.
Is it wrong to be critical of trans issues? Is it wrong, you know, to talk about racism? Is it wrong for us to be criticized? Because I think, like, we painted ourselves into this corner with political correctness. We are the originators of it. But I mean, in the context of what was happening, I can understand. But now the same moral authority that we had an appeal to on the account of our continued degradation and treatment as animals has now gone to everyone else who can sit back and thumb their noses at us and tell us how racist we are. That is, and this is why, this is why Dave Chappelle is a genius. Speaking of Dave Chappelle, Kim Kweli, he's a genius because he basically says, look, we're the comedian is the only group, we're the only group of people who can tell you the truth.
No.
And now you're trying to stop us from even telling you the truth because you want to fit the conversation within a box. So if I make a joke about black men wearing high heels and, you know, in order to avoid police violence, and the only thing you can draw from it is trans hate, you're not even trying to pay attention to the meta debate that I'm having or the meta understanding of what it is I'm trying to articulate. You don't even care. All you want to use is political jargon and discourse to validate and substantiate the status quo. You don't even want to pay attention to what the fuck is going on with us. And the vital and important political argument about race and police brutality that I'm trying to make. Or the connection or intersection between sex politics and racial politics that nobody wants, or coloniality or gender politics that no one even wants to have a discussion about. And as we propose it, the first thing that happens is they try to force you, like McIntyre says. The professionals of political life try to contain and domesticate those issues. This is why I go so hard against people like Signifier. Not to say that I hate him, because I don't. He might have some valid points to make. But let's have a conversation about it as opposed to trying to domesticate us and to put us into a box so that we can't even begin to have a conversation about first principles. We automatically get relegated to misogyny status or incel status by even trying to, draw up the conversation. The same happened to people like Nick Cannon, Kanye West. So yeah, he said some shit that was fucked up, but the system is fucked up. The system is filthy. And if Jews are part of it, they need to be called out. I don't know why they're above reproach. Who the fuck made them above reproach? The only people you can really talk shit about are men right now. Like, that's heterosexual men, fair game. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say about, heterosexual men. You can call them pigs, dogs, trash, incels, dusties, crusties. You can do a whole bunch of shit. And Greg Wilson, he says they're a big part of it. See, the problem is, and I said this a while ago as well, white men opened the door for this. But in reference to Jews, I just think they're white people. Like, if I see somebody on the street, the only way I would be able to acknowledge that they're not a Jew or that they are a Jew is if they're wearing identifying markers that they are Jewish. How do I fucking know somebody's a Jew or not unless they tell me?
How similar is that algorithm you just described when you're interfacing with folks who've hijacked Title VII? How common is what you just said? Just replace the adjective involved or the noun or label.
Now, what happened to the Jews during the Holocaust was terrible. I'm not saying that I would endorse or, respect that at all. I'm not calling for Jews to systematically be taken to cremation ovens and shit like that. That's absolutely ridiculous to me. I would never call for that population of persons. Never. Because that's just not how I get down. Like black people don't even have these kind of thought processes. Let's round up all the white people and just burn all of them and shit. Except for in Haiti, they did that shit. But like
different context.
Right. But like they were being oppressed, they were being enslaved. And then
right.
it just is what it was. So, but we don't even have those thought processes. And I'm reminded of Chuck D when he said, "Can't trust it." You remember that song?
Yeah.
The hook was, "I know where I'm from. You know, the land of the big beat drum, whatever. Dum diddy dum. I know where I'm from. The place of the bass, the big beat drum." And he said something about, something about something my experience is harder than the hardcore cost of the Holocaust. I'm talking about the one still going on. Go listen to that shit. Chuck D, like, back in the day, we had at least some political music.
Yeah, on my way to Arizona.
We have none now. Well, Lil Baby did one song about Black Lives Matter or some shit. But what are these kids is getting heavy doses of Percocet, Zan, Percocet, Zan, Percocet. And like Jay-Z recently, all he coming out doing is saying, well, I'm sorry I fucked over my wife. I'm still the big man on the totem pole. You rest of you niggas is smaller than me. I don't wear the bright watch. I wear the right watch. Fuck a watch, man. So, look, I'm done, man. All I can tell you is, bro, there's a deficit in political understanding amongst young people. In the 60s, young people was on it, dog. Whether you agree with their tactics or whatever. Them young cats in the 60s, the motherfucker, you call them boomers if you want to. But they were politically mobilized. What was the average age of a black kid during the civil rights movement? Like the people who were actually on the street. What was the average age, man?
They weren't that old.
They weren't over 30.
Weren't that old. Yeah, they weren't that old.
Many of them were under 20. BGS say 19, bruh.
Pedestrian.
19, bro.
Facts.
What's the average 19-year-old today politically mobilized about?
Oh man, what's between somebody's legs or who they swiping on an app?
But bruh, they was worried about sex too. They was fucking.
Right, but
they were like. This brings me to the course of where I was trying to go earlier with the whole conversation. I know we're getting long-winded here, man. We at the 3-hour mark. But this 80-20 shit, right? So right now there's something going around in the manosphere saying that it's like 20% of niggas is fucking all the women and impregnating them. Most black men don't have kids. Right? Which, most black men, over 53%, BGS says, 53% of black men have children. So now, if 53% of black men have children, how can the 20/80 rule apply to black reproduction? The math don't math, do it? I'm just saying. But black people been fucking. They been like in the civil, like Martin Luther King was getting it in. You think MLK wasn't fucking at 21? You think he wasn't fucking while he was going from state to state?
I think they're really focusing on, a lot of what happens when you've got that whole paradox of choice and women are left to kind of fall back on auto response because they get that analysis paralysis as it pertains specifically to a lot of the online dating that's happening now. So when a lot of these sites come back in the report what they see going on, I think that's when you get these Pareto distributions with regards to that. I think people are taking that and then superimposing it on, fertility statistics. And then that's when you start getting confusion over the rampant use of the Pareto distribution, inappropriately. But yeah, I
Bro,
mean, as
okay,
far
so
as
so keeping true to the show so I can get this out of the way and never have to come back to it again, because I purposely I don't want to come back to it again. Okay?
man,
So while y'all are here, I'm just going to present the facts and share the screen. Chrome tab. Men's fertility and fatherhood. Because a lot of men aren't as fertile as they think they are. They think they can keep having kids until they're 80 and shit. No, you can't. Okay? Can you see the screen? Can you see that?
I think zoom in just a tiny bit more. Perfect.
All right. So I'm scrolling past all this shit. I just want to get to the chart that I think is important that gives you the general thrust of what the fuck is really going on. Okay, so here the charts are, right? Percentage of men who are fathers by age, race, and Hispanic origin. Okay, figure 3. Now this is a document from, let me just, so you can see what it is. Current populations report. All right. But it's, it comes from the United States Census Bureau. Okay. Now, before I go to this chart, I want to read what's underneath it. Race groups shown are race alone categories, meaning that individuals who identify with multiple races are excluded. So you don't even have members of people who say that they're like biracial. They're not even included. Race groups other than white, black, and Asian are also excluded. Hispanic origin is measured independently of race. The source is the U.S. Census Bureau Survey of Income and Program Participation, 2014, panel, wave 1. Percentage of men who are fathers by age, race, and Hispanic origin. So you got in the dark purple, ages 15 through 19, slightly lighter, 20 through 29, age 30 through 39, slightly lighter, and then ages 40 through 49. Percentage of men who are fathers by age, race, and Hispanic origin. So you look at white. 15 and 19, 1.2% of white men have kids. Now, it is the case that between the ages of 15 and 19, we got a promiscuity problem. Because our numbers are like damn near 3 times that of whites. It's 2 times that of Hispanics and 3 times that of Asians. Okay? But the numbers begin to reach parity to some degree when you get to ages 20 through 29. Okay? So here you can argue the Pareto numbers are somewhat accurate because white men from the ages of 20 through 29 they got like 21% of their population who are fathers. Black men ages 20 through 29, 24%, or 25% roughly. Asians, only 12% from the ages of 20 to 29. They in graduate school somewhere, trying to get their business straight before they get, they spread their seed around. But Hispanics beat black men, because their ages from 20 to 29, their percentage is like 29.4, roughly 30%. But when you get to ages 30 through 39, white men outdo black men in terms of reproduction. Okay? They got 63% who are fathers in that, in that age group. 30 to 39, 62.5%. And it's going to be cumulative because, you know, as you get older, you have more experience and you have more sex. You know, so it makes sense that there would be larger percentages as you get to older people, okay? So 62.5% from the ages of 30 to 39. The amount of fathers from that age group, 62% of the black male population, okay? By age 30 to 39, half of Asians have kids, the Asian male population. But as you reach the same demographic in terms of age with Hispanics, 3/4 damn near of them are fathers, okay? Now, when you get to 40 to 49, 75% of white men are fathers. 80.5% of black men are fathers. 80.7% for Asians who are fathers, and 83.4% for Hispanics who are fathers between the ages of 40 and 49. And of course, it's going to be cumulative to some degree because as you're older, you're included in all the other age groups. And you have more sex, and you have more relationships with women. But the argument that there's only 20% of men fucking these women and getting them pregnant, come on, bro, that shit don't even make sense, given the data. Or maybe I don't know numbers right. Am I missing something?
Nah, fam. Look, again, man, you're talking about what facts and narrative clashes.
And I'm not trying to, look, all I'm trying to say is, it's a lot of guys in the space who make the Pookie and Ray Ray argument that it's a bunch of undesirable, incorrigible niggers that are out impregnating all these women, and that it creates a social strain on the good black men who really don't even have access to them. If that's the case, how could the population, by the time you get, like I'm in the 40 to, you know, I'm past that actually because I'm 51, but I got 2 kids. How's that for an incel? I just had to turn like some ignorant ass chick away from my house not too long ago. She came to my house. I was like, don't come to my fucking house. Should have never let her here. Let her come in this motherfucker and spend the night to begin with. Now you know where I live. Now you're going to just keep coming to my shit. But black men don't call the police on black women because if I kept coming to her motherfucking house, guess what?
In a heartbeat.
Poppy would have been on speed dial. Then I'm a creep and I'm a sexual assaulter and so on and so forth. But you know, but the reality is, man, like black men out here having sex, man. I just don't want us to be painted as like these crazy people making incel arguments that don't really stand up to scrutiny when you look at the data. I just don't want us to look like them type of guys. All to do what? And to what aim? To basically point out that there's a group of undesirable, incorrigible, ignorant Negroes called Pookies and shit, and they the ones fucking all the women, and the good men aren't desired because the women are just, you know, all they like is bad boys, and they don't like Russell Wilsons and shit like that. And to say that this shit doesn't exist, it does exist. Like a lot of women like bad boys and shit like this. But a lot of Negroes are bad boys in general. If you go with the law. Shit, 1/3 of the black male population has felonies any goddamn way.
That's such a staggering number, fam. Like, I don't think that hits home enough for some people to understand what that means to the group overall as far as exercising any sort of power.
It's not 1/3 or 6%. That's not, somebody said that shit. That's not the case, bro. We talking about 1/3 of the black male population having been in the prison system at some point in their lives.
Meaning they've got something on record. And I mean, it's just too much you forfeit to participate in this system once you've got that on your record. They're effectively, in some instances, again, it's the only form of legal discrimination supported by the Constitution. And I think that needs to be driven home.
What's that, the 13th Amendment?
Yeah, the 13th Amendment.
Shout out to the 13th Amendment.
That little clause in there, man. The little clause, you know, brings back the whole system this country was founded on.
And, you know, my only response is, bro, like, look, I understand Pareto 80-20 rule. I get it. But it's meant to be an economic and a financial assessment, but other people take it and they apply it to other areas of inquiry and investigation. And you can do that. But just be mindful of the fact that we actually have data that we can look at from the Census Bureau. Like, who you gonna trust? Pareto? Like, who the fuck is Vilfredo? Do any of you motherfuckers even know who the fuck Vilfredo Pareto is? I'm just hearing all kind of people make claims about fucking Vilfredo Pareto. I'm like, where's that coming from? Have you even read any of his shit? I was forced to read it. I hated reading that shit. But again, I read it in the context of game theory, the logic of strategic decision, which I had to take. I had to learn Kenneth Arrow and a whole bunch of other bullshit, preference, ordinals, you know, and ordering and ranking, the hierarchy of preferences and what's logical and illogical based upon those preferences. And game theory is what it is. It's, you know, it's economics and philosophy mixed into one. But I mean, come on, bro. Like, and again, I learned about Pareto optimality before I learned about this 20/80 shit. But it is what it is, man. Guys need to do their research, man. Do your homework, man. Stop stop listening to Andrew Tate, man, without doing some fucking research on what the fuck he's saying, man. I mean, he's entertaining to watch. I mean, you know, some of the shit he says resonates with me, but I mean, like, for crying out loud. Now, it is the case that the vast majority, like, if you look up the percentage of black women who are mothers, all you're going to get is unmarried mothers. Black unwed mothers. Like, that's their, I know they hate that shit because they see so much of it. Because you don't just get the number of black women who are actual mothers like that. That's not to say it doesn't exist out there, but it's hard to come by.
I just put a link in the chat of an article kind of breaking down that chart you just shared with us, you know, in case folks want to go back and take a look at it for the records. It condenses all of that information so folks can refer to it.
And let me put the link to the chat so they can get the PDF themselves and see it. Control C. You're good at that. I'm not so good at that.
I got you.
But I'm glad I got that out of the way. I can keep the thumbnail like it is. You know, people, if you ain't talking about women and shit like that, motherfuckers typically don't want to come by. You know what I'm saying? But that is the Pareto effect. That's what the Pareto effect is, the 80-20 rule, right? Which is, I want to make sure that I say it in a way that is accurate, so I'm going to look it up. 80-20 rule. And the first thing that comes up is Investopedia. So I'm going to read it straight from there. It's reliable. I've read it already today. So let's go over it so I can get it out of the way. And I'm going to let you guys go, man, in a minute, man. I know y'all are tired of being here. I apologize, man, for me taking this tangential departure.
Ain't nothing to apologize for, fam.
80-20 rule, a principle that asserts that 80% of outcomes or outputs result from 20% of all causes or inputs for any given event. Okay, so here you see, I guess, 20% of the seeds give rise to 80% of the yield. Okay? In the case of gardening or whatever the case may be. That's just the image that's being conjured up here. So anyway, the Pareto principle is a familiar saying that asserts that 80% of outcomes or outputs result from 20% of all causes or inputs for any given event. And of course, this is Investopedia, so they're going to talk about it in the context of business. But initially, Vilfredo Pareto utilized it in order to make an assessment about why 20% of the population of Italy during this time owned the vast majority of the wealth, or 80% of the wealth. Okay? The lion's share of the wealth. Okay? So anyway, in business, a goal of the 80-20 rule is to identify inputs that are potentially the most productive. Now, we can say in the music industry that like 20% of the artists make the lion's share of the money for the labels, or whatever the case may be. Or you can say something like 20% of the players in the NFL or the NBA or the stars that draw in the largest amount of revenue, the superstars, something like that. Okay? So anyway, once managers identify factors that are critical to their company's success, they should give those factors the most focus. So 20% of the inputs are going to give rise to 80% of the outcomes. Although the 80-20 rule is frequently used in business and economics, you can apply the concept to any field. Wealth distribution, personal finance, and wealth distribution is how it was originally intended to be utilized. Personal finance, spending habits, and even infidelity in personal relationships can all be the subject of the 80-20 rule. So this is what we're talking about. Like, okay, 20% of the motherfuckers, I guess, is cheating or whatever the case may be. I don't know how accurate that is. It sounds like some bullshit to me. Anyway, key takeaways. The 80-20 rule maintains that 80% of outcomes comes from 20% of causes. The 80-20 rule prioritizes 20% of the factors that will produce the best results. Now there's your talented 10th, ain't it?
Yeah, it's an optimization model. So
right. It's an optimization model, right? And this is what W.E.B. Du Bois was thinking about before Vilfredo was actually, as prominent as he is. So we need to take 10% of the Negroes who are actually successful and elite and have knowledge, and that's going to filter out to 80, to a greater outcome for blacks as a whole. So his thinking went. Not to say he was accurate. Anyway, this rule is a precept and not a hard and fast mathematical law. Now, that's the first thing that you should understand. It's not a fucking law. Personally, anybody that does economics or makes economic predictions is engaging in what I consider to be social science. That is a soft science. This economics is not chemistry. It's not biology. It's not physics. You're not looking at phenomena that happens exactly the same way all the time and doing an analysis of inanimate objects. That's what physics does and chemistry does for the most part, right? When you start to get to biology, you still have, hard science going on, but now you're dealing with organisms, which are protean and dynamic. The systems that they exist in are dynamic and open, not closed and in equilibrium, if you want me to use academic jargon. Anyway, people sometimes mistakenly, conclude that if 20% of factors should get priority, the other 80 can be ignored. 80% can be ignored. So, misinterpretation. People may not realize that, and I just want to move on to what's salient. Let's look at 20% of the shit, right? So we can get past it. That's a joke. People may not realize that the 80-20 rule is a precept, not a hard and fast mathematical law. Furthermore, it isn't necessary that the percentages equal 100%. Inputs and outputs simply represent different units. The percentages of these units don't have to add up to 100. There's another way in which the 80-20 rule is misinterpreted. Namely, that if 20% of inputs are the most important, the other 80 shouldn't be important. This is a logical fallacy. The 80 can be important. Blah, blah, blah. Okay? His rule, the background, was first used in macroeconomics to describe the distribution of wealth in Italy in the early 20th century. It was introduced by Vilfredo Pareto. So, like, I don't feel any need to go further. This shit is not a physical law. It's an observation that Vilfredo Pareto made about Italy. Now, how you can make a fucking precept out of what happened in Italy and apply it to the entirety of humanity is fucking staggering to me. In terms of like analytical method. I'm not saying that there's not any validity at all to thinking in that way, because I mean, if you look over society, I mean, you even got this shit with the 5%ers, right? 85% of followers, 10% are like deceivers and shit, and then you got the poor righteous teachers. Like, this shit ain't nothing new. But it's not a law. It's some shit that he observed in fucking Italy in the wealth distribution of that country. Now, how it applies to sex, I'll say, look, bro, let's look at sex for real. Like, fuck using that for sex and reproduction. Stop it. Let's look at the actual reproduction of black folks, because we have the data to actually do that. We don't need to consult Vilfredo Pareto in order to do it. He's superfluous. Right? It's extraneous. It's unnecessary. So, at any rate, we covered that, man. Like, you know, but, you know, at the end of the day, man, you know, I appreciate you guys for coming out, man, and talking about, like, what's happening with black folks and going over the history of, you know, what we've undergone in this country, some of the trials and the hardships that black men have gone through. And, you know, ultimately, you know, one of the things that we continually get is, well, that shit don't work, that didn't work, this ain't gonna work, that ain't gonna work. Even with people who I'm friends with, you know, and cool with. My viewpoint on it is, bro, have you ever practiced an art? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, you do martial arts, right, Nameless?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So were you able to get the forms of every exercise down when you tried the shit?
I mean, that's
initially?
the whole purpose. That's the whole purpose of Kihon, to practice those fundamentals over time. There's a concept called Kaizen that, you know, even the samurai used when they transitioned from their feudal system in the Meiji era into becoming an industrial power. They had to learn from scratch, and everybody laughed at them when they got started. In fact, it was a meme in Japan that if something was really jacked up, it's probably made by a samurai. But most of the major corporations, you know, out of Japan are from those families, like Honda, Mitsubishi, Nissan. You see what I mean? Like, these are all former samurai families that they worked at it, and over time they became the primary movers and shakers. You know, that's where the idea of Kaizen comes from. Incremental improvement over time. And that's with everything.
The problem is not in the particular strategy in and of itself, but the perfection of the strategy and the utilization of the strategy at the right time with the right intentionality and with the right purpose. I mean, like, I'm a person who's practiced the piano. When I first started, I was fucked up at playing the piano. I mean, I wasn't coordinated at all. Now I can play. I can play like by ear. I'm not a virtuoso or anything like that, but I mean, shit, I can play it. You can't play if you don't play. You understand what I mean? And I mean that literally. You can't play if you don't play. You can't achieve anything if you don't try to achieve it. And when you first start off on the enterprise of learning any skill, you will fail again and again and again. And what separates the wheat from the chaff in relation to virtuosity is that the people who fail, who just quit after failing, well, they don't become virtuous or virtuosos. They just don't. But the people who fail, like, that's the great lessons of, like, you know, which is some bullshit for me to say. Like, if you watch the martial arts movies and shit, like 36 Chambers, what the fuck happened? You got a guy who kept going through processes of failure until he eventually picked up the skill. You're gonna fail again and again and again. But the person who becomes a virtuoso is the person who fails and learns from the failure and adapts. Not to say that he keeps stopping. Like, it would be ridiculous to say that you can't play the piano or that there can't be revolutionary struggle that's successful. We have evidence of it all throughout the world. However, if you feel like there's no chance, there's no hope, what kind of thinking is that?
Well, that's the whole conversation of despair, right?
Man, if something don't work at time T1, don't mean it won't work at time T2 or T3 or T4.
That's the reason why we have to put the history in the context so that we understand what was done at the right time. We got that whole modality overturned. All that effort in the civil rights movement was overturned by happen chance and timing. It started as a joke. That dude was trying to troll, and then they took that momentum and seized initiative. If those white chicks were any slower on the pickup, may not have worked. But because they were constantly pushing, and that's pretty much for every piece of legislation we see, right? It's a constant push over time, that idea Kaizen, incremental improvement over time, constant pressure over time. That timing will present itself eventually. And with being prepared with those fundamentals, you'll be ready. I mean, it's like looking at anybody that's playing basketball. Your fundamentals of passing and dribbling do the overwhelming majority of the work to get you to the point where you can take advantage of opportunities that present themselves. If you don't have that foundation in dribbling and passing and being able to identify shots to take or identifying point options, you know, with your guards, you know, why play? You know what I'm saying?
Man, I gave you the game, man, to how virtuosity is actually in whatever endeavor you engage in, how it's actually attained. I gave you the movie Being in the World by Heidegger. And devoid of all the political undertones of it, there's one simple fact about it that remains true. Human beings don't become successful or virtuous by means of thinking about doing shit. They get good at shit by doing it. Now, not everybody who does it is going to be good at it. Yeah, I mean, like, I can try like hell to be like Jordan, but that window is past. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know, not every person is going to have the capacity of others.
Right.
Okay? But you can be virtuous in your own way as much as you possibly can. Okay? But you have to practice. What we have lost is the art of practice.
Shout out to Allen Iverson.
But shout out to AI, man. But AI already did its practice.
Right.
AI already practiced. Like once you develop a skill, not to say that practice is not going to be helpful, but that dude plays like a beast when he's out on the floor. There's nothing you can really teach him in practice. He's going to be really there to encourage his teammates and to work and to coordinate with them. But he was a ball hog anyway. He was doing most of the shooting, y'all. He catch and shoot. You know, he was a gunner.
Which was my point. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, you know, at the end of the day, and thank you, Brandon Sample, for the donation, man. You know, at the end of the day, black folks have not even we haven't even broached the practice of political practice. And that's the issue, man.
We haven't
even broached the practice of political practice. Not in our day and age. Now, the kids in the 60s did. Now, you can say, oh, they were misguided. They made mistakes. They kind of gave up after, you know, the 70s or whatever the case may be. But to be perfectly honest, it was time for a new cadre of kids to step up and lead the political charge. But they didn't do it. And more than likely it was because of this messianic idea and reverence for the older generation and what they had actually done and accomplished. They rode off the wave of the civil rights victory and they breathed a sigh of relief and actually thought that they had reached the mountaintop. Like, you know, free at last, thank God Almighty, I'm free at last. They understood that they were free without understanding that power continuously morphs. It's protean, it's dynamic. It, you know, like when you're fighting an opponent, he ain't gonna just give it up. When you develop a strategy that works against what he's doing, if the seed of his thoughts or her thoughts or to continue to be in a paramount position of power over you, then they're gonna regroup. They're going to reformulate their strategy and use a different kind of tactics to try to counteract your movements. This is why countering is such an important, you know, modality, to borrow from, you know, it seems like a filler word. You can use a lot of shit when
it's flexible, right? No pun intended. Go ahead, fam.
But the point is, that's why fighters always, you know, are trying to counter their opponents. But you can't counter an individual if you're not like water. Like I'm going to some Bruce Lee shit. Be water, my friend. Which is fluid.
It's the idea, no style as your style and no form as your form.
You got to be able to adapt, man.
Yep.
You have to be able to adapt. That's what allows the species of humanity to be in the position that it's in right now. Adaptability. Now, you can either adapt to dysfunction, and human beings are habitual creatures. But one of the things that's unique about us is we're capable of developing new habits. That's what separates us from animals. We can change our practices, and we can use our reason in order to affect or impact the change in our habits. This is what the fucking esoteric science is all about. If you even want to go back to the Memphite theology, that's what the shit is about. It's about identifying yourself as Alsar. You're an unsubstantiated energy, matter, unconditioned, indefinable, which becomes more and more concretized as you get to lower levels of vibration. That's what the shit is about. Being able to be anything that the occasion gives rise to. But we don't practice, man. We don't practice, man. That's just us, man. This is who we are right now, man. No. All hope, abandon. It's like, you know what hell is, right?
Abandon all hope, ye who would enter. Man. Shout out to Dante, right?
Shout out to Dante Alighieri, man.
Yeah.
But anyway, hey, Sand Dog, I know you about sleep over in that motherfucking UAE right now, bro.
It's WTF AM over there, man.
Yeah, man, I gotta let my brother go, man, and you too, man. You my other brother, man. I gotta let y'all go.
Fam, it's always a pleasure, family. I appreciate the opportunity to chop it up with you guys.
Yeah,
Please, next Friday, if you're still available, man, let's get the rest of this stuff out of the way.
That's a green light for me.
Yeah, man. I'm in, man. I'm in. Y'all could break in 45 with your boy Admiral Smoke.
Well, get some rest, dog. I know we got you up hella late, man. So appreciate your involvement and your joining in on the chorus, bro. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So I'm about to close out. Shout out to Brandon Sample again, man. Appreciate the donation, bro. Appreciate that. And all the other people who've donated, man, over the course of time since we've been doing this show. Shout out to Shabazz and Corbett Goodwin. Hit me up on the Cash App. Appreciate y'all, man. The next time, what we going to talk about and discuss, and then we can get off.
Yeah, man. The next time when we get together, man, we're gonna go into the civil rights era, man, starting from World War II up until de facto segregation, man.
And I'm gonna be quiet this time, man. I'm gonna talk less. Say less.
Look, don't even worry about it, man.
Nah, man, I really don't expect you to, man, because especially if we get into COINTELPRO or you know what I'm saying, or the war, I don't expect you to. Nah,
Well,
man.
you know, we finna dig in that institution, fam. My goodness.
Yeah, man. But you know, that's the thing, man. And shout out to the brothers on the panel and the chat, man. It's a thing of, like I said, we have to know our history, man. Like for me, I've been voting Republican since 1998, if that means anything at all. But the thing about it is that you have to have an understanding of context or history. So let's say, for example, if you were to say, Sandog, you know, why are you anti-union? And I'm anti-union because of things like the AFL, or how labor unions were initially made to keep us out, you know what I'm saying, or put us out. And you know, at a time, like I have friends of mine who are like independent contractors, right? And like they're non-union, and I see how those games are played from time to time. So for the union, again, I understand their benefits, but then historically, if you were to ask me, I would say again, you know, I'm anti-union again for these reasons, because typically they were designed to keep us pushed out of jobs. So what I ask anybody to do is, no matter what you believe and what your stance is, you know, go learn the history and find out if that's what you truly believe, right? Instead of just riding a tide. So that's all I got, man. And I'll see you guys on the next time.
See you on the next one, man. Peace out with, man. Os, rude to the bros.
Os.
And, you know, be water, my friend. Be water. Be water. It can crash down or it can trickle. But pressure busts pipes, baby. It's persistence is the key, man.
Indeed.
You know, perseverance is a virtue.
Yes.
Perseverance is the key, man.
Yeah.
For my enemy fans, Akira Minaide. Never give up. That's what it really boils down to. Object of war is to disarm you and to obliterate your opponent's will. As long as you can still swing, keep doing it. If you can't swing, bite. You can't bite, stare at a motherfucker. But you don't give up.
Hey, man, die with some dignity, man. You may fail but fall still fighting. Don't give up whatever you do. Eyes front, head high to the finish.
See you through.
See you through. I'll holler at y'all on the next one, man. Peace.
Os.